Welcome, everyone, this is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Became the Alien Hero, Deku 10. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1. What's a watch doing in outer space? The Alien Hero. Deku 10. Hi guys, Pixel here and I'm here to introduce my new fanfiction called The Alien Hero. Deku 10. Yes, this story will have our green cinnamon bun will not only have one of all but also the Omnitrix. You'll find out which one is it. And relax, I won't make Izuku up, I'll just give him a second ability that can't be disabled, Aizawa, or stolen, all of one. I'll be putting in a few characters from the Ben 10 verse into the Boku no Hero Academia, or My Hero Academia for the anime fans. With some being related to Izuku and his family. In fact, one of the characters will be in class 1A as a foreign exchange student. This will be harem fanfic and there will be surprises in this, I promise. So I hope you enjoy it. Expect a few bashing to Bakugo in this one. Please review this story and follow it if you guys like it. Now without further ado, and as Ben would always say, it's hero time. I don't own Boku no Hero Academia or Ben 10 nor the forms and characters from both shows. Chapter 1. What's a watch doing in outer space? Men are not born equally. I learned that when I was 4 years old. In my world about 80% of the population has an uncanny ability called a quirk, with 20% being quirkless. I was one of that 20%. As a child, I often looked to the night sky and I always wondered if there were more planets and people out in the universe than us, like if there are other lifeforms out there, and if so, do they look to the stars as well and wonder the same question? I got the answer to my question later in life. My journey started to find that answer started when I was 14 years old on a beach after I was done training. What I didn't know was that my life was about to change in a big way that day. This is the story of how I not only become the world's greatest hero but the universe's as well. We see a young short 14-year-old boy sitting on the sand by the shore with his head facing upwards as staring into who has a round face framed by a short mess of fluffy dark green hair which sticks up at odd angles around his head, casting noticeably dark shadows onto itself. He has large eyes and is somewhat circular. Their iris is the same green color as his hair and are usually stretched quite wide, giving him an innocent appearance. He has a set of 4 symmetrical freckles in diamond formations, one on each cheek, but despite these prominent traits, he is often described by other people as being plain-looking. The name of this young boy is Izuku Midoriya, and we find him on a junk and trash-filled beach named Dagobah Beach, wearing a white t-shirt with the lettering saying, T-shirt, a pair of black shorts with one pocket on the sides of both his leg which at the brim stopped at his knees. He was also wearing a pair of oversized red sneakers. You see, about 9 months ago Izuku was classified as quirkless. You see, in his world about 80% of the total population had an uncanny mutation in the DNA which lead people to have an ability that spread rapidly across the world. Their ability was called quirks. Unfortunately, theirs won't be born without powers and they were classified as quirkless. They would never have the ability to gain or manifest power of themselves. Now throughout his whole life, Izuku has dreamt of becoming a hero so that he can save people with a smile on his face just like his hero. The number one hero. All Might. But when he found out that he was quirkless, his dreams were shattered but not fully broken, as he never gave up. Throughout his school career from kindergarten to middle school, Izuku was picked on and bullied by others for not having a quirk like them, but he was bullied more often by his former best friend turned bully, Katsuki Bakugo, who has a powerful quirk called Explosion. He downgraded Izuku on a daily basis and even made a nickname for the green-haired teen when they were 5 years old. The nickname is Deku, meaning by his words, defenseless Izuku or useless Izuku. For years Izuku just took all the beatings, the teases, and downgrading from others, just trying to prove that you don't need a quirk to be a hero. Then all that changed on that fateful day. Izuku was on his way to his house after another horrible day at school after the teacher told everyone in his class that he was applying to UA High School. You guys know what UA is, so I'm not going to write or describe UA because it is too much writing. And that got a threat from Bakugo to not apply for UA High, as he wanted to be the only student from their school to be accepted to UA. And after a suicide suggestion from the Explosion boy, Izuku was ambushed by a villain who quirk which transformed his body to a slug form which allows he to take over other people's bodies. His plan was to take over Izuku's body to use it for his evil plans, but before he could complete his plan, he was stopped by someone who delivered a powerful punch which destroyed the slug villain and freed the helpless boy. Izuku saw a glimpse of his savior before passing out. After a few minutes of being passed out, Izuku woke up to see that All Might was the one who saved him. After making sure that the young man was safe, after all Might be said his thanks to the green-haired boy for his support and make sure that he gets home safe. All Might take to the skies after a massive jump, but he saw that Izuku was holding his leg for dear life. He took both for them a roof of a tall building so he can put the fanboy down safely, but what he didn't expect that the green-haired boy was quirkless and that he wanted to be a hero even without a quirk. After that declaration, All Might's true form was revealed to Izuku, and All Might told him without a quirk, he couldn't be a hero. The same way like in the canon, and the confiscation went the same way as well. After that, Izuku was depressed more than ever and was thinking about calling it quits to his hero dream when he saw something horrible. His childhood friend, bully Katsuki, was being held hostage by the same villain who tried to take over his body earlier. After putting two and two together and realizing that it was his fault that this happened, he rushed in to save his childhood friend, bully, from danger. Same way as in the canon. After being saved once again from the slug villain by All Might and got finished scolded by the pro heroes for charging in headfirst without thinking, while Bakugo was getting praised by the crowd for being brave during the whole ordeal. Really brave? If what I saw, he was scared and Izuku was the brave one for trying to save he while not have anything to help him. Sometimes I just wonder about humans, intelligent dudes. And while Izuku was walking home, Bakugo called to him and told him that he didn't need his help and he was handling it just fine without his useless help. Cough. Bullshit. Cough. And left. Izuku continued his walk home only to be stopped by All Might and to him that Izuku was worthy of his quirk. All Might explained what his quirk is and that he was looking for his successor and that his successor was Izuku. Izuku accepted the offer, and Toshinori Yagi, he revealed his real name to Izuku after that. And cause I'm getting tired of typing All Might like all the time, even I have my breaking point, told him to meet him at Dagobah Beach to begin his training. We return to Dagobah Beach where Izuku is sitting by the shore of the almost clean beach. For the past 9 months Toshi was training Izuku's body so that it can handle it without having the boy blow up from the sheer power by having the future one for all user clean the trash-filled beach by himself. Izuku trained for months on end and was almost done with it, seeing that he had exactly 1 month left before the entrance exam. Izuku was finished with his training for the day and Toshi left about 5 minutes ago and told Izuku to go home and rest up, but Izuku decided to stay for a while and think for a plan for the exam, unaware to him or anyone on Earth, that there was a battle in outer space near the Earth's orbit between two spaceships. One SM big orange one were battling and the big one was winning while the small one was taking damage. Inside the big ship, at the bridge, there were people sitting at different stations with monitors, some showing the small ship and some showing the ship's stats. Sitting in a large chair, sat a humanoid creature with a face resembling that of an octopus. He has tentacles dangling in the front of his face, like a beard. His skin is pale green with yellowish spots on his face and tentacles. He doesn't have a nose and a visible ear, he has red eyes. He wore a black and red brownish armored suit and gloves. His armor is spiked at the shoulder and arm pads. He has green sacs on the sides of his head. His mouth was attached to the sacs by a respirator. One of the humanoid's robots went to the squid humanoid and began to speak. Hull damage. 20%. But the system's still operational. Then the squid humanoid stood up and stared at the monitor showing the blue ship. I've come too far to be denied. The Omnitrix shall be mine, and there is not a being that dares stand in my way, said the humanoid squid. Meanwhile, on Earth, Izuku suddenly sneezes and felt a chill going down his spine. He looks around and starts to think. Maybe, Ka-chan is talking about me again. Izuku gets up and starts to take a stroll down the shore while watching the waves crashing. Back in the squid's ship attacking the other ship. The robot from earlier reported back to his master. Their propulsion system has been destroyed, while the humanoid just nodded and said, prepare to board. I want the Omnitrix now, As he finished saying that, the smaller ship fired a powerful blast that went to the bridge and caused an explosion which destroyed the occupants in the room and severely injured the squid, but one robot which was damaged from the blast pushed a button which fired a big blast to the small ship, destroying most of the ship except the front of it. Just as the front of the ship started to be pulled into Earth's gravity, a pod was shot out of the ship, and as the pod was plummeting to the Earth's surface, the pod split into two parts to reveal a small metal ball plummeting straight down to Earth, specifically Japan. Back with Izuku, Izuku was just walking slowly down the beach with his shoes off and thinking about how to deal with the exams and training and on how to tell his mom how he got a quirk. Oh, how was he going to explain that part to his whole family? Ah, man. This is tough. Oh, mom is going to worry about me too much. Sighs, I really wish that nothing gets worse. As he then looks up to the sky which has some stars out, he then notices a light going down rapidly with a line trailing behind it. Wow! A shooting star. But as soon he said that, the star came straight down to where he was. Izuku soon realizes this, starts to run in the opposite direction and jumps and hides behind a refrigerator as the object crashes to the ground. After a few seconds after the crash, Izuku pops his head from his hiding spot to see what nearly killed him. He gets up and starts walking to the object that was now in a huge crater that was created from the impact. Izuku looks down to the center of the crater to find a large glowing red metal ball with smoke coming off it. What is that? Is it a satellite of something? Asked Izuku to nobody in particular. After the ball stopped glowing and smoking, the ground under his feet broke apart and he fell down into the crater closest to the object. Izuku winced in pain from the fell. Ah, man. That is gonna hurt in the morning. He gets up and rubs his back to minimize the pain. He looks at the object to find that it's a metal ball the size of a basketball. He stares at it for a second when suddenly the ball retracted the top half of itself and opens up to show what was inside. Inside the object, a green glow came out for it. A watch. Why would a watch be doing in outer space? Izuku looks at the ball when the green glow starts to light brighter to reveal a device that resembles a wristwatch. Its faceplate was square and has a white and green color scheme. The faceplate is black with two green stripes forming an outline for an hourglass. Izuku just stares at the device in awe before his curiosity got the best of him as he reaches for the device with his left hand. Before Izuku could take the device said something in a robotic voice. Tennyson DNA scanned and located. Prepare DNA attachment lock. And jumps from the ball and latches itself on Izuku's left wrist so fast that Izuku couldn't stop it. DNA attachment lock complete. Playlist 1 online and ready to be used. Izuku jumps from the sudden action and is scared from the watch and started to freak out. Ah! Get off of me! Get off! Shouted Izuku as he tries to take the watch off his wrist but fails as the watch seemed to not even budge from his wrist. Izuku climbs out of the crater and starts to look around the junk that was still on the beach. He sees an old crowbar and grabs it, hoping that with it he can get this thing off him. He places his left wrist on the fridge that he hid behind a few minutes before and sticks the crowbar under the watch and begins to poke under it in hopes the action would loosen it grab on his wrist, but to his complete shock and surprise the crowbar snapped in half while the watch was unscratched. In his defeat, Izuku drops to his knees and looks down to the ground and lets go for the broken tool. With nothing left to do, he puts up his wrist to inspect the device. He saw that there were no buttons on the device nor a clock on it. What kind of watch is this? It doesn't even show the time. Though Izuku continues to inspect and analyze it. He then puts his fingers on the faceplate to feel what metal was used for it. As he places his finger on the faceplate, a green circle appeared out of nowhere just above the faceplate, causing Izuku to jump and remove his finger from the faceplate. As soon as he did that, the green circle disappeared as fast as it appeared. Izuku starts to put 2 and 2 together, but wants to test his theory out first. He slowly puts 2 fingers on the faceplate and the green circle returned in front of him again, so that how you turn it on. Thought Izuku as his theory was proven right. He stares at the circle and sees an image of a face of some life form with fire on its head. He removes his fingers from the faceplate to have a closer look at the image. But when his fingers left the faceplate, the circle disappeared, but to his shock, the faceplate slid back and revealed a round button inside the device with its faceplate having the same hourglass but green. Izuku looks around to see if anyone was around, but no one was nearby and looks back to his wrist. He slowly places his right hand on the device and his eyes wide before gently pushing the device, and then he was blinded by a bright green light and he felt something strange climbing up his arm. Red rocks suddenly appeared from the watch and soon hid the watch as the rocks continued to climb up Izuku's arm and still spread over his body under his t-shirt. The rocks make it to his face as they circle his left eye as he looks at what's happening to him. He closes his eyes as the rocks finish spreading, and instead of Izuku, we see a figure whose body is composed of a bright yellow inner magma body covered by dark red or brown rocks. His hands were huge and were manga itself. His face had two magma lines going from his eyes, which his cheeks had his freckles from his human form. His head was ignited by a continuous flame starting from his neck and ending on the top of his head. His feet have a slight oval-like design with only 2 toes and 1 back toe. On his chest was a green faceplate which was green. He looks at his body and then, "Ah!" he screams, "Ah! I'm on fire! I'm on fire! Ah!" This figure, who appears to be Izuku, starts to panic and run around back and forth, but after a few seconds, he realizes something. He's not feeling pain. "Hey, I'm on fire, and I'm okay," said Midoriya as he starts to check out his transformed body. "Oh, I'm totally hot." He laughs at the funny joke to himself a bit and starts to look around and sees a bunch of trash that he still needs to remove from the beach, and an idea pop in his head as he turns his body around to face the trash. "Oh yeah, as he grins and points one finger to the trash. "Here goes." As he finishes saying that, a fireball comes out of his finger and hits the trash, causing it to explode on impact. "Oh yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. I wonder if SMASSSSH." Izuku was speaking about what else can he do, but was interrupted by a smash which he barely dodged. All Might. "I came back to investigate that crash, but I see this fire villain in front of me. Wait, are those young Midoriya's shoes?" thought All Might as he sees Izuku's red sneakers on the sand near him. "Where is the boy, you bastard? Tell me where he is," shouted All Might as he tries to pry info onto where his successor is from the fire alien. "What are you talking about? I'm right here, don't you dare lie to me. You bastard, tell me, what have you done to him?" again shouted All Might, now trying to smash the villain into submission. "Great, he's hell-bent on finding me even though I'm right in front of him. I got to tell him that it's me before he kills me," thought Izuku as he was running for his young life with an enraged All Might close behind. Then he got an idea. "I hope this works." Izuku stops and turns around to face his idol, mentor, soon-to-be predecessor. "I know that your quirk was passed on to you," shouted Izuku to All Might, who stopped and froze in shock that the fire villain in front of him knew about one of all, and how did he know that he was passed on to him? Still frozen by the shock, All Might asked nervously. How do you know that?" Izuku, seeing that his plan worked, sighs in relief that he gets to live another day, sits down on the ground as running away from the number one hero can be tiring. "Because you told me about it, All Might," said Izuku. Now that got All Might to start thinking, cause the only ones he's told one of all to anyone are Gran Torino, the staff at UA, except Eraserhead, who was on a mission and tries to avoid All Might at all costs, Sir Night Eye, and young Midor. All Might stopped thinking when he noticed that the fire thing in front of him has freckles on its face just like young Midoriya has. "Young Midoriya, is that you?" asked All Might with pure curiosity. "Yes, you idiot, it's me, Sai," said Izuku, who was relieved that he'll live for another day. "But how, young Midoriya? You said that you're quirkless. Has your quirk finally manifested and you transformed into this fire form?" asked All Might, who transformed back to his regular form to save some time for tomorrow. "I don't know, Toshi-sensei. I'm busy walking on the beach thinking of the future of the next month and thinking about what to do for the exams, when all of a sudden I saw a shooting star, but that it comes straight at me and nearly kills me. I thought that it was a satellite or something, but it wasn't a meteor or a satellite, but a metal ball with a cool but strange looking watch in it, but that before I could get away the watch jumps from the pod and attaches itself to my wrist. I tried to get it off me, but I kind of turned it on and did something which resulted in this." Izuku finished explaining to Toshinori, who was processing this new information, but before he could say anything a beeping sound was heard by the student master duo, and the two saw that the device on Izuku's chest on flashing red. Beep. 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 BWOO, and a red light consumed the area when the duo, causing both of them to close their eyes because blinding light Toshinori quickly got over his blindness to see why that happened but was shocked to see that Izuku had returned to his regular form with the watch still on his wrist but was red instead of green. "Hey, I'm me again," said a happy Izuku, glad to be back to his human self again. "Hee, I can see that," said Toshinori, clucking a little, and was glad that his successor was okay, but his thoughts halted when he saw the Omnitrix on Izuku's wrist. "Hey young Midoriya. Yeah? What happened between the time the crash and the time I got here?" "I went to investigate the crash site and saw the watch," Toshi nods. "I then fell into the hole and got hurt." Toshi nods and laughs a bit. "I then saw the pod open and the watch glowed little," Toshi nods, "and that it said some about Tennyson DNA and something about DNA lock or something like that." Izuku trying to come up with an explanation as to why this watch jumped onto his wrist and why won't it come off. Toshinori starts to think that watch might have a purpose in why it's here. "Let's go to the pod and I'll go to UA to put the pod there, and tomorrow we'll go to UA so we can get answers from the watch. We better go before the police arrive and start to asking questions we can't answer," said Toshinori, who got a nod from his successor agreeing with what he said. Both of them went to the crater and picked up the pod, which was surprisingly light, and loaded it onto Tashi's truck before driving off to Midoriya's place so that the boy can rest. Midoriya residence Inko was busy fixing dinner for her and her son when she got a phone call, and when she picked it up she was surprised to hear that one of her family members from the States was calling her about UA. "Oh, it's so good to talk to you. It's been years since we last spoke. How's life treating you, Sarah?" said Inko. I could find the names of the girl that is related to Izuku by law, so I made up a few." "Oh, it's well, the job is stressful. We arrested illegal weapon smugglers and we received word that the package is missing," said the voice on the other line, and Inko froze from what she said. The package, the most important device in the Omniverse, went missing. How? said Inko, shocked at the news. Sigh. Apparently he tried to take it by force back. His plan exploded back at him. Literally, the blast from the cargo ship caused Vilgax's ship to take massive damage. We think he took damage himself before destroying the remains for the cargo ship before they ejected the Omnitrix from it to Earth. We heard that it'll be a while before he gets back on his feet. We're currently looking for it, as its last location was near the East Sea. We need you, Inko, said the voice on the phone as Inko was thinking about it. Alright, I'll help, but I need your daughter to come here. I need her to come here to live and protect Izuku, because I think that Izuku would be in trouble if we're not care, especially at UA, said Inko with a serious tone on her voice. Alright, I'll tell that she going to Japan to study at UA and live with you guys. I think she'd be happy to see her little brother again, said the voice, giggling a little at how the two kids spent their time together. Even Inko giggled a little. Okay. Well, I got to go back in cooking. I'll talk to you later, Sarah, said Inko. Yeah, talk to you later, Inko, said Sarah as the call cuts with Inko putting the phone down and staring at the pots on the stove in deep thoughts. Vilgax, you've returned, huh? I'll make you pay for what you did to Hisashi all those years ago, thought Inko as she remembers the horrible events that happened all those years ago. She wasn't so deep in her world that she didn't hear the door open until she was brought back when she heard, Mom, I'm home. Her son had returned safe and sound. Hi honey, how was your day? Said Inko as she stopped saying what she was saying to see Izuku, but she was in shock to see what was on Izuku's left wrist. Mom. Are you okay? Asked Izuku as he saw that his mom was in a state of shock. I'm fine, sweetie. How are you? Yelled Inko in panicky voice, and Izuku took a step back because he wasn't ready for that. I'm fine, Mom. I just need to go and take a shower, that's all, said Izuku with a little fear in his voice as he was scared of how his mom was acting. Oh okay sweetie, you go and shower and I'll get dinner ready, said Inko, finally clamming down and with Izuku nodding before heading to the shower. Leave world again. Izuku has the Omnitrix. Well, I guess that makes the search easier, but how did he get it? I leave it at that for now, but I'll ask him on how did he get it after he's done training with All Might tomorrow, thought Inko as she went back to cooking before having one more. Well, out of everyone on the planet, Izuku is the best chose of it. Maybe he'll use as his quirk to become a hero. And maybe it'll help him to beat him, thought Inko with some venom in her thoughts. Space. The aftermath of the battle between the two ships was horrible, as both ships suffered damages to them, as one was completely destroyed while one suffered a damaged core and control room. In the big ship in a medical bay, a large cylinder tube was in the middle of it with what was the remains of the humanoid squid was inside of the tube with tubes and nanites busy repairing. A robot lieutenant came into the bay to report that the package was not on board the ship. "What do you mean it's not there? This battle nearly costs me my life, and you say the Omnidirex is no longer aboard the transport?" shouted the squid in the tube with a mask on its mouth to allow it to breathe. Seigneurs indicate a probe was jettisoned from the ship just before boarding. "It landed on the planet below," said the robot. "Go. Bring it to me," said the squid. "We can't. The planet is inhabited by beings with supernatural powers. They're heroes. We'll just destroy the robot before they can locate the Omnitrix," said the robot lieutenant as he tries to reason his leader. "Fine, we wait until I'm in better condition and then I'll retrieve it myself," said the squid as the healing tube closes to continue to heal him. Bellwood, NYC, USA. A teenage girl was in her room giggling like crazy as her mom just told her that she'll go to Japan to go and be a hero at UA High, and not only that but she'll live with her distant cousin Izuku. "Oh, I can't wait to see my little brother again. Oh, the fun we'll have together," said the girl in an excited tone. Well, that's chapter 1 for the story. How do you guys like it? I love Ben 10, OG, AF, UA and Omniverse, and I love My Hero Academia, so I decided to use my knowledge on both shows and put them together. I'm busy on other stories, so expect slow uploads. Go and check out my other stories if you like. Review, follow and like Pixel Out. Comment 1 comment. Vote chapter 2. There's more? Author's Corner. Sup guys. Pixel here and I bring you all the new chapter of the alien hero, Deku 10. To those who are unfamiliar with the story, let me recap chapter 1. Izuku was at Dagobah Beach after another day for training with All Might when he gets a modified version of the Omnitrix and now has to learn the secrets of the Omnitrix and still receive one of all before the entrance exam in a few weeks. And while this is happening to Izuku, someone in Bellwood in the US is getting ready to move to Japan and live with their cousin or their little brother, as they called Izuku back when they were kids, to be a hero and protect Izuku for the danger which is coming. In space, Vilgax, who was severely injured during a battle to obtain the Omnitrix, realized that he couldn't get the Omnitrix by normal ways with the how heroes are on consent patrol, so he decided to wait for the right moment and strike. With that out of the way, let's see if Izuku can cope with the pressure of having an alien device on his wrist in this chapter of the alien hero, Deku 10. Also, if you guys have the time, please go check out my other stories on my profile, and while you're there you can go vote on the polls that are there to help me write new chapters of the stories, and also I'm looking for a beta reader to read the new chapters before I upload them, so if you guys want to be a beta reader for me, you can contact me by PM. Oh, and one more thing. I decided to add 2 more girls into the harem for reason I'll explain later, but they won't show up until season 2 or 3. So yeah, enjoy this chapter and I'll talk to you all later. Chapter 2. There's more. Midoriya Household, Musutafu Prefecture, Tokyo, Japan. Time: 6:25. The birds were out and people were waking up to start their day, but one certain individual is getting ready for what could be a strange day for him. This individual sits up on his bed as he scans around it before looking down and staring at his left wrist. Now you might be thinking as to why this person is staring at his wrist. Well, this is not an ordinary person. Izuku Midoriya stares at his wrist, hoping that the thing from last night was not on his wrist and last night's events were just a weird dream. But we don't get everything we want, as the thing on his wrist is still stick on him and it appears that it'll stay there. Izuku looks at the strange watch as he currently thinks about his situation. Okay, so let's go through the thing on what's happening so far. 1. I got a weird watch that came from outer space and it clamps up my wrist and won't come off. 2. All Might told me to go to UA after school to find out where this watch came and see if we can get it off of me and see what to do with it. 3. Mom's acting strange. Well, stranger cause when I came back home, she acted like she was hiding something or like she knew something. Man, what am I going to do? Thought Izuku as he gets up to start another horrible day of school. As he goes to take a bath, he stops as he realizes something. Is the watch waterproof? Well, the watch isn't coming off by his own ways, so maybe. Izuku knew that the only way that he has to take a shower was to find out. Izuku took the leap and went to the shower, and to his surprise, the watch appeared to take water well and it appeared to work well after his shower. Izuku got dressed in his school uniform and went to the kitchen to grab something to eat before leaving. On his way to the kitchen, Izuku saw his mom sitting on the table with a cup of coffee in her hands as she stares into nothing. And Izuku get worried as he's never seen his mom like this. Izuku slowly approaches the table to sit down in front of his mother, who still hasn't noticed him yet. Izuku just stares at her for a moment before the tension in the air was too much of him to handle. As the two sit in the living room either staring into nothing or trying to eat, thighs haven't changed as time progressed. Izuku, who finished his breakfast, had enough of seeing his mom in a state like this, snaps his fingers in front of her, which causes her to break out of her state. Inko looks at her son, who had a concerned look on his face. "Oh, hi honey. How are you? How long have you been there?" asked Inko as she saw the look on Izuku's face that told her that he was worried about her. Yeah, I'm fine. Mom, are you alright? Are you okay? You seem a bit off," said Izuku while looking at her with a face that showed deep concern, but in his head, he knew something was bothering her. Inko just smiles and waves her hands, trying to show that she was fine. Izuku felt like talking to her more, but he left it for now as he was going to run late. He took his bag and put on his shoes and was about to step out of the door when he heard his mom call out to him. "Izuku, I want to talk to you about something important," said Inko with a serious expression on her face. "Sorry mom, but I have to go to school now. I won't be back for a while because I have something to do after school," said Izuku while getting his bag. "Oh, okay. But I still have to speak to you about something," Inko said with a worried expression on her face, which Izuku noticed. Okay," Izuku said as he took his bag and put it on his back. He then put his classic red high tops on and went to the door. He opened it but turns to his mom. "Bye mom, see you later," he said and closes the door. Inko just stood there and sighed. She knew she couldn't dodge this. She went to the home phone and dials a number on it. She waits. The line rings until. "Hello, Plumbers HQ Japan and Aliens Region. How may I help you?" said a voice on the line. "This is Lieutenant Inko Midoriya, number 755,789. Inko said, all serious and official. Other line gasps. "Lieutenant? I thought that you retired and would never come back?" "That's been changed. Listen, I need you to get me Magister Patelade and tell him that the Omnitrix has been found and I know where it is, and also tell him to recall Agent N23 to service." Inko finished speaking her mind and plan. "Yes, ma'am," the operator said as the call ended, and Inko rubs her head trying to relax her head. "I hope that he'll agree to this, as I know he is a very busy person, especially since I've never seen who or what he looks like," she said as she looks to the window. Izuku is now on a train heading to school and stares at the watch on his wrist. He sighs and pulls out his phone and headphone and goes to the music store to see if there were new songs out. He scrolls down his screen until he saw a new song out called Ben 10 by Imitator Tots. He clicked on it and it started to play. It started when an alien device did what it did: it stuck itself upon his wrist with secrets that it hid. Now he's got superpowers. He's no ordinary kid, he's Ben 10. Izuku got off the train and was now running to school. He passes a few people and heroes on the way. So if you see him, you might be in for a big surprise. He'll turn into an alien before your very eyes. He's slimy, creepy, fast and strong. He's every shape and size. He's Ben 10. I wonder who is this Ben 10 feet anyway, since those guys put him in the song. Izuku, as he was now close to his school. Armed with powers, he's on the case, fighting off evil from Earth or space. He'll never stop till he makes them pay, cause he's the baddest kid to ever save day. Izuku was now at his school and was running at his new top speed to the classroom because the bell was about to ring. Ben 10. 1, 2, 3. Ben 10. 4, 5, 6. Ben 10. 7, 8, 9. Ben 10. Izuku made it with a few seconds to spread as he entered the room. He was greeted either with glares from his classmates or some just ignored his presence. Izuku walked to his desk and sat down and waited for the teacher to come. He took out a notebook on heroes and started to scribble on it. He was scribbling on the All Might page in it, but his notebook was taken away from his hands. He looked up to see who took it and saw Bakugo and a few students with him as the ash blonde had the notebook in his hand. "Deku, what did I tell you before? Stop trying to be a hero and go die like a little bug that you are," said Bakugo, with the class laughing at the poor boy. Izuku ducks from the laughing as if they were bullets. "Oh, okay, Ka-chan. Nice joke, but please, can I have my book? Asked Izuku while stretching his arm to take the book back, but Bakugo just moves the book away from Izuku, further from him, making Izuku reach further for it. While this was going on, Bakugo noticed something black and big on Izuku's left wrist. He rushes toward the green bunny's wrist and grabs it and pulls the school uniform sleeve down. He sees something that looked a wristwatch with a square faceplate, and it had a white and green color scheme. The faceplate is black with two green stripes forming an outline for the hourglass. "Deku, what the fuck is this?" he said, showing the device to the students who saw it. It's a watch." Izuku, trying not to expose the fact that the thing on his wrist was not a watch. "A watch? What kind of fucked up watch looks like this? I can't even tell the damn time. Where the fuck did you buy this shit, Deku?" asked Bakugo, interested to know why the damn nerd got something like this. I bought it from a site from Sweden," Izuku said nervously, scared that Bakugo was going to find out about the watch's true origin. But ha ha ha, man, you got robbed out of your money. Man, are you stupid or what? Actually, don't answer that since you bought that ugly looking watch. Man, what a loser to buy that watch. Most of the students in the class were laughing at the boy for buying a useless watch that not only looked ugly but also was useless, since it can't tell you the time. "Looks like you got fucked over, Deku. The watch suits you thought since it's useless just like you," Bakugo said, letting go of Izuku's wrist and laughing with the class at the boy. Soon the teacher walked in and the class was soon underway, but Izuku wasn't focused on it since he kept looking at the watch from time to time. 3:15 p.m. The school day ended and the students were all leaving the school, either for school club activities or for fun, but Izuku was happy for two reasons. 1. To leave the school that beat the crap out of him, and 2. He had a person to meet up with. He quickly got his things and ran out of the classroom at new fast speeds thanks to his training. He was near the door that led to the front gate and he opened it, but he was pulled from the back of his collar and thrown to the ground. He groans at the pain of the rough fall and looks up to see who did that, and saw that Bakugo and a few guys from different classes were standing over him, and they didn't look too happy to see him. "Well, looky here, boys, if it isn't our old friend Deku. Where you rushing off to, huh?" asked one of the boys in the group as he had rocks on his head. No way," Izuku said nervously to the boys. "Oh, you're in a rush since you were running out of the school, so where you off to?" demeaned one boy who had long fingers to Izuku. Izuku turned away, not wanting to answer the question as he knew that it'll lead to trouble, but the boys took Izuku's silence the wrong way. "Oh, so you think that you don't want to tell us? We'd leave you alone. Ha, fat chance," yelled the rock-haired boy to Izuku. "Yeah, I say we teach him a lesson on how to respond to his superiors, right, Bakugo?" the long-fingered boy said as he and the rest start to crack their knuckles while Bakugo stared at Izuku. "Yeah, why not? It's been a while since I've punched my punching bag, so I need to see if I still got it," Bakugo said as his hands starts to crackle and have smoke coming off them. Izuku knew that the boys were going to beat him up again, so he had two options. Run away and hide somewhere and hope that the boys will lose him. Use the watch and transform into that fire creature and fight the boys off. But with those two, he saw the cons of them. The first one, he'd need to have a head start to not only that, he needs to find a great spot to hide and hope that they'll leave him, but every time he did that plan, they would find his hiding spot easily, and he knew that if he used the watch, then questions would be asked and he'll be in trouble. Izuku slowly placed his left arm behind his back and slowly moved his right arm to the watch and hoped that his crazy plan would work. The boys were creeping to their prey, and as they were close to the boy, a miracle happened. "Hey, what are you doing to that kid?" The boys and Izuku turned to the owner of the voice and see a very skinny man with sharp, angular features and long limbs. His neck long and his eyebrows absent, and he had short, messy blonde hair with two long blonde turfs hanging over his head. To the boys, they were disgusted to see this half-dead guy looking at them, but to Izuku, he knew who this guy was. All Might, Izuku cheered mentally as his mentor had come to his rescue. "Hey old man, go die somewhere else, cause we're kind of busy here, so fuck off," said Bakugo as he and the boys were about to attack Izuku, thinking that this guy would leave since he was outnumbered, but they stopped their pursuit to Izuku when they heard Bing. The boys turned to see the same guy was still there but had his phone out and the phone's flash was on. The guy looks from his phone to the boys as he saw they turned to him once again. Oh, don't mind me. Continue your attempt to beat up a kid and I'll record it and post it online since it looks like you guys do this often when no one's around. The man said while recording on his phone as the boys looked at each other, trying to see what to do next. Bakugo then started to walk away while confused the other boys. Hey man, where you going? Asked the long-fingered boy seeing Bakugo leaving them. Home, I'm not risking UA to beat up Deku and have it online. Bakugo said while the other boys' eyes shrank understanding that if the video got out, their reputations were dead. They run away leaving the boy and man behind. Izuku got up and ran to All Might and bowed. Thanks for the save All Might. Izuku said with All Might smiling at him. Oh, it was nothing young Midoriya. Hey All Might, were you really recorded? No, I was using my phone's flashlight to make those boys think that I was recording. All Might said showing his phone wasn't even recording. Izuku laughed a bit thinking that the guys were dope like that. So why are you here All Might? Well, I thought that you'd like a ride to UA so we can figure out about that strange watch on your wrist. All Might said with Izuku nodding, understanding the logic to his decision. The two get to All Might's pickup truck and they drive to their destination. The ride was silent but it wasn't awkward. Izuku starts to see a huge building with glass on it with huge walls closing it from to the public. Young Midoriya, welcome to UA High School. All Might with a smile seeing his students' excitement, he turns and drives through the gate and goes into the school grounds. The two get out of the car and soon walk to the main building. They enter the building while Izuku was shaking while walking which was understandable as he was now walking inside the building of the school he wants to go to for most of his life. They continue to walk through the building until they reach a room with a sign on the door that said, Development Studio. They enter the room and Izuku was surprised to see what was in it. The room is filled with various tools, materials, and machinery used for what looked to be costume development. Izuku looked around and saw someone who was under a huge machine. Hey Power Loader, I'm here and I bought the kid. All Might said with the person stops working under the machine and stands up. Izuku's eyes widen and sparkles as he sees the person in front of him. This person was a man who's a short, skinny man who looked young. He had spiky ginger hair, reaching just past his shoulders, and dull blue eyes, as well as a notably large mouth. His hands appear to be the largest part of his body as he has an orange L-shaped piece at the end of each finger. His hero costume consists of a large yellow helmet in the shape of a rectangular excavator claw, the top piece of which protrudes outwards to cover his head and most of his face, and the bottom piece left to act as something of a long jaw guard. He leaves himself shirtless and also wears a pair of large, fingerless gray gloves with metal guards that extend down his arms, as well as a pair of plain cyan pants. This was the excavation hero, Power Loader. Izuku stares at him and watched the hero look at him, staring at him. So this is the kid you and Nezu told me about? Power Loader asked All Might in which he nodded. Power Loader stared down to Izuku and watched him. Izuku was sweating from the stare from the pro hero in front of him as it was too much for him to handle. Izuku was about to speak but Power Loader beat him to it. Alright, follow me. The pro hero said with Izuku following him behind with All Might close behind them. They walk deeper into the studio until they reach a chair in the middle of a section of the studio. Power Loader turned to Izuku. Alright kid, sit down and we'll start. Power Loader said with Izuku nodding slowly at the weird request but follows it. He sits down on the chair and metal claws go over his legs, arms, and chest except his left wrist where the watch was. Izuku was startled at the feeling of his limbs being trapped by the iron claws. Relax kid, this is to ensure that you don't move too much while I look at your watch. Power Loader said while grabbing a red chair that was nearby. Izuku then nods understanding the reason to the claws. Power Loader then nods and takes out various tools and equipment to work with and looks over the strange device. Over 35 minutes passed and All Might was sitting near Izuku, reading a newspaper while Izuku was bored out of his mind. The two were brought back from their own state when they heard Power Loader sighing. They turned and their eyes were wide as they saw a few tools were on the floor and damaged while something was shooting a laser over the device. Power Loader rubs his head under his helmet and turned to the two. The machine shooting the laser over the device stopped and the claws on Izuku's chair retraced, releasing Izuku from the chair. It's just like I thought, Power Loader said with irritation in his voice, while the One for All and maybe soon to be One for All users look at the excavation hero in confusion. wondering what made him like this. What's wrong? The watch is the problem. I can't get it off him. What do you mean, you can't take it off? Well, for starters, the component used to construct the main piece, meaning the body and faceplate, is made of a metal alloy, something out of this world. It's rubber-like, yet it's dense. So dense that you can't break it off with any known weapon, but its molecular structure is something that I can't pinpoint. The thing's indestructible. The energy detected in it is so powerful, it could light up the whole world in one go, and the effect of it could last of decades. The thing is locked to his DNA. So if I took it off him without some sort of key or code key or some other way, like chopping his arm off, it'd kill him. Power Loader finished his explanation as the two were shocked that Izuku might be stuck with the thing on his wrist for life. So, I can't take it off without either cutting off my arm or killing me, Izuku said, afraid at his new fate. Yep, sorry kid, I tried my best. I've been up since last night when All Might came and brought the pod that the watch came in, and I've never seen anything like it. Plus, if I tried to hack it, I think I'd kill not only us but the whole planet in the process if I make one wrong move. Power Loader as they looked at the watch, a watch that held so much power. Izuku sighed and fell back to the chair and starts to cry. Why? Why do bad things happen to me? What am I going to do? Izuku said, trying to figure out this new monkey wrench in his road to being a hero. Train, All Might said, catching Izuku's attention. What? Train young Midoriya. We saw what this watch can do. It gave you powers. Such it was temporary, but I saw that the watch could help you big time. All Might with confidence in his voice. Midoriya is in awe with All Might's words. And, let's not forget that you still have to train your own body to make it suitably and fit to use of the thing. All Might said, sending the hidden message to Izuku. Right, All Might, Izuku said with determination as he was not scared anymore about his future. Alright, now since we won't be about to make it back to the beach and train for today, and seeing that we're at UA, let's train here and test out the watch. All Might said. Right, Izuku going serious. Alright, I'll show you to the boys' locker so you can get changed into your gym gear and then take you to one of the gyms here where I and some of the teachers can supervise you and watch the training. Power Loader, can you get the teachers who are available in Nezu to come and see this? All Might asked the mechanical hero, who nodded. The two leave the studio. As they walk through the hallways to one of the locker rooms, Izuku goes in and gets changed from his school uniform to a red t-shirt, black shorts, and his red high tops. After getting changed, Izuku exits the room and follows All Might to a gym which was huge. They enter it and see that it was a large and enclosed space with nothing in it. Izuku looked around and saw a few people in the gym already. One of them was a man who appeared to be a humanoid block of cement with black eyes and gray hair tied into a short ponytail. His body shape was evenly blocky all around his body. His eyes were generally closed and his lips were pulled upwards. He was wearing something that consists of a sleeveless brown suit, stripes, shorts, and an elongated collar. He was also sporting gray shoes with yellow soles. There was a woman next to the man who was tall and curvaceous. She had sky blue eyes, which tilt downwards in the center, framed by a set of rather long eyelashes. She had abundant spiky dark purple hair which is made up of layers of varying lengths, the longest ones reaching down below her waist. Her chin-length bangs were split into 3 sections, 2 swept to the sides and 1 over her face, going diagonally down to the left between her eyes. She also had a small mole under her left eye, as well as red painted nails. She was wearing something that made Izuku blush. She was wearing something that was similar to one of a traditional dominatrix. She was wearing a black leather breastless leotard over a white bodysuit, which emphasizes her breasts, body, and legs, the leotard possessing red gemstone-like accessories in a vertical pattern from the collar to the midriff. She also wears translucent black thigh-high stockings that are connected to her utility belt and black knee boots. She had a small, red mask outlining her eyes, a handcuff on each wrist, and a red utility belt decorated with gold studs around her hips, a matching pentagonal buckle in its center. Izuku turned away from her and saw a man leaning on the wall. He was a tall and slim man with long blonde hair, which he made spike upwards in a huge tuft behind his head, and a small mustache. He had rectangular eyes with concentric greenish-yellow pupils, and he was smiling or grinning. He was wearing something that consists of a black jacket with a very tall collar, upturned and complete with studs, and matching black pants and knee-high boots. He was sporting tan shoulder pads and a red belt and elbow pads, all studded, and black fingerless gloves. He had something around his neck, it was a directional speaker, and he had a pair of headphones with the word, Hage, written on the headband and a pair of orange-tinted shades. He then looked around and saw two short people or things standing next to each other. First was a short, elderly woman with gray hair styled into a netted bun with a large syringe poking diagonally out of it to the left. She had a notably small nose and eyes that looked like two little dashes and a long mouth with defined nasolabial folds. She was wearing a doctor's lab coat and a dress with yellow and red vest-like designs on either side, 2 yellow buttons, and a belt with a pink, R-shaped buckle, had pink boots and a helmet which was around the sides of her head, a purple-tinted visor joining it over her eyes. In addition, she had a cane designed like a syringe. Next to her was a short man who appeared to be a possible combination of several different animals, including a dog, a mouse and a bear, which would make him a chimera. He had the head of a mouse with circular black eyes, with a large scar over the right one, relatively square-shaped ears with pale pink insides slanting outwards from the top of his head, and an elongated muzzle with a small round nose. His fur was white and had large, dog-like paws with pink pads and a thin tail like that of a cat. He was wearing a white dress shirt, a dark red tie around his neck, a black double-breasted waistcoat and matching dress pants. He also wore orange lace-up sneakers with incredibly thick soles which seemed to be quite large on him, would look just like Izuku's high tops. These people in order were the staff and teachers of UA, Smintos, the 18-plus only hero, Midnight, the voice hero, Present Mike, the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl, and finally the principal of UA, Nezu. So, this is the boy who you talked about in the meeting, All Might. The rat, dog, bear, man thing said looking at Izuku who was shaking from excitement and nervousness. Yes, everyone, please meet Izuku Midoriya. All Might introduced the boy to his new co-workers. PP pleased to meet you, Izuku said as he bows to the heroes. Whoa there kid, no need for that, Present Mike said, surprised by the kid's sudden bow. Sorry, said Izuku as he rubs his head shyly. Oh, he's so adorable. Shy and cute. Midnight cooed as she watched Izuku. Ha ha ha. Thanks. Izuku, not sure to feel great or scared by her words. So, why are we here, All Might? Smintos asked. Well, we're here to watch young Midoriya here shows us his quirk, since it has a few things that are amazing. All Might said with some of the staff looking at Izuku with one eyebrow raised as they eye him down as they were not impressed by him. Nezu stares down Izuku as he looks at him secretly, but his eyes go wide when his eyes land on that device on Izuku's left wrist. Eyes that? It couldn't be, Nezu thought while looking at the watch. Alright, since I got nothing better to do since Aizawa is out on a patrol, I'm game. Present Mike said with the rest shrugging their shoulders as they thought that this kid could give them a show. Nezu was still looking at the watch with a calculating stare at it which All Might noticed. Sir. Are you alright? All Might said with the rest looking down to their booze as he shakes his head. Yes, I'm alright. Now Mr. Midoriya. If you could show us your quirk if you could. Nezu said as he walks to the wall with the other staff members following him, leaving Izuku in the middle of the gym. Izuku swallows a bulge in his throat as he was in front of people. The nerves were getting to him. He was going to break out there and pass out until he saw All Might, giving him a thumbs up. Izuku swallowed another bulge again and went to the watch. He remembered that from last night, he placed 2 fingers on the faceplate which something to appear over it and activated it. He placed his fingers on the faceplate which caused a green circle to appear out of the watch. He saw the face of the fire creature from last night and took his fingers off the faceplate. The faceplate slid down and the button with the hourglass pop up. He lifts his right hand and hits the button causing a green flash to appear which lit the whole gym up. The teachers had to close their eyes to protect them from the bright light. Veins start to appear on Izuku's wrist from the watch and course from it as the watch goes into his body. The veins continue to course up Izuku's arm and spread through his body. The veins reach his face and go to his left eye as he closes it. He opens it again, but instead for his normal eye, it's turned completely green. 2 more arms shoot out of Izuku as he grows in size as his skin starts to turn red as his hair disappears. Izuku then flexes his arms and pose before the light dies. The teachers open their eyes as the flash stops. They looked to the place where Izuku was and all were shocked to see a humanoid that was over 12 feet tall, had well-developed muscles, 2 pairs of 4-fingered arms, and red skin. He had a black stripe goes from his chin to his lower lip, and he has 4 eyes. The main pair, and a smaller pair below them, and 4 freckles on his cheeks. He was wearing the same red t-shirt that Izuku was wearing but had black pants on, and fingerless gloves on his 4 hands. He had the device's faceplate on his upper left shoulder. "Young Midoriya. Is that you?" All Might asked, surprised by the new form that was in front of him. "Yeah, I think so," Izuku said in a mature and deep voice. He looked down to see that he changed but not to the form that he intended and that he now had 2 more sets of arms. "Whoa, who's this guy? I thought that I hit on the flaming guy," Izuku said while checking himself out. "What the hell is that? Where's the kid?" Present Mike asked while his shades were barely on his nose as it was nearly going to fall off his face. "I think that is the kid," Midnight said, stunned from seeing such an event in front of her. "Just as I thought, this young man has the rumored Omnidirks. And judging from his reaction to the transformation, he just got it. So let's test him out," Nezu thought. "All Might, I want to see if he can use this quirk for his to good use," Nezu said, catching the attention of everyone in the gym. "And how?" All Might asked as he had no way for showing Izuku's new ability. "I have just the way," Nezu said as he pulls out a remote and 2 buttons on it. He pushed one of the buttons and 20 robots appeared out of the floor, 10 1-pointers and 10 2-pointers, and surround Izuku. "Now Mr. Midoriya, I want you to fight and destroy these robots around you in 2 minutes," Nezu said, which shocked Izuku, All Might, and the rest of the staff at the time limit. 2 minutes, but I can't fight all these robots in that short time. Izuku, afraid at the time given to him. "Yes sir, at least give him more time," All Might said, trying to save his successor from humiliation. "No, I want to see if he can do it, oh and Midoriya," Nezu said as he pulled the remote out again. "Yes. These robots are armed and are set to kill," Nezu said as he pushed the second button and the robots' eyes turned dark red and lasers from their weapons point to Izuku. "Target acquired," one of the robots said as it points its gun to Izuku's chest before firing one of its missiles and hits Izuku as the missile sends him flying to the wall and explode. "Nezu, what have you done?" Present Mike shouted as he and the rest were shocked and scared that their boss just killed someone. "I'm just watching him fight," Nezu said calmly as he was unfazed by the explosion. "But you just killed that poor boy," Recovery Girl said, as she knew that taking a missile from point-blank range was an instant kill. "Did I?" Nezu asked, which confused the rest. They hear some groans and rumble and turn to the wall that Izuku was sent to and were surprised to see Izuku was fine and only had some black marks on his chest. He cleans himself of rubble before he sees a red dot on his chest. He looks up and sees the robots taking aim again. He gets mad at it. "Alright, if you want some of me," Izuku said before he jumped in the air, which to the shock of everyone except Nezu. Izuku jumps high in the air as he reached the ceiling of the gym. Fight music. "Run It Up" by Marshmello, come get some. Izuku shouted as he puts his top arms together and smash the ground as he lands in the middle of the robots. The smash caused the ground to break and a shock wave to come from Izuku as the building shook from it. Cementos had to make a high platform to keep him and the rest safe from the fight. Izuku got up and saw a few robots were rushing him. He threw a punch at one of them and punched it into a few other robots behind him as it exploded, which caused a chain reaction of explosions. Some robots from behind shot a couple of bullets which bounced off Izuku as he turned around and grabbed one of the robots and crushed it with all of his arms into a ball. After he crushed the robot, he threw it into the rest where either damaged them into commission or explode. Izuku saw one jump in the air and fall towards him. He dodged it and grabbed its leg. He then started to spin around as the last ones start to rush towards him, which was a mistake as Izuku used the one he had as a battering ram and smashed the rest of them. After he rammed the last one, he threw the one he had into the air and wait for it to fall. As it fell back to the ground, Izuku punched it in its chest and the fist went through it. He pulled the fist out of the dead robot's chest and turned to the staff. Nezu was holding his phone and pressed it as he saw Izuku staring at him. "Is that all you got?" Izuku asked as Nezu grinned as he saw the time on his phone. 1 minute and 45 seconds. "This kid surprised me." Nezu thought as he and the rest of the teachers saw the battleground and saw Izuku was the last one standing. End song. And boom, that's chapter 2. Looks like things will get pretty interesting for the next month of Izuku. And how does Nezu know about the Omnitrix? All answers will be answered in the next chapter. Thank you for reading today, I hope you all have a great one, and I'll see you in the next one. Go check out my new story, The Loud House, Doujinshi, it's on this site and on Wattpad, so please help me out there. Review, follow, like and vote on my poll and check out my other works. Pixel signing out. Ya nay comment 1 comment vote chapter 3. Train, train, train. Author's Corner. Hey guys. Pixel here, and here's the next chapter of the alien hero. Deku 10. And I'll say this right now, thank you to those who liked and followed the story, as it is you guys who made me to continue the story, as I was not expecting people to read my story and follow it. Now in the last chapter, Izuku finds out that he can't take the watch off by any means without killing him, cutting off his arm to do it, or blowing up the whole world. Nezu tests Izuku to see what he was thinking was true, and Izuku uses an unknown form to fight robots in a short time limit. Let's see what happens next. And, in this chapter, we'll meet one of the girls that will have Izuku as a love interest and see what will Izuku do in his training for the exam. Now, sit back, relax and enjoy the story, and I'll talk to you all later. Chapter 3, Train Train Train. Gamma Gym, UA. High School, Musudafu, Japan. Time, 1745. The gym was silent as the teachers were in shock at the display of power that Izuku just displayed. He was the last one standing after destroying 20 robots in less than 2 minutes. Izuku, who was transformed into a big, buckle, four-armed form, was panting after he destroyed all those robots. He felt different while fighting those robots. He wasn't himself after he got hit by that missile and crashed into the wall. Was that me? I felt like fighting anything that moved, but it felt natural to fight back. Izuku thought as he looked at his hands. Well done, Mr. Midoriya. You finished the test with time to spare, Nezu said. Well done? More like awesome. The kid destroyed those robots like a hot knife cutting through a stick of butter, and he did it like it was nothing, President Mike shouted as he was impressed by the fighting Izuku did. The power he had in those attacks. It's shocking. Semita said as he was shocked to see the floor of the gym destroyed, which says something since he built the gym and he used very strong cement to build the gym, as the cement was strong enough to tank an explosion that could take half the city with it, but one kid punched it once and created a crater in the floor. He's got skills. I'll give him that. Midnight said as she licked her lips while watching Izuku and his extra limbs. Well done, young Midoriya. You did well, All Might thought with a smile. Izuku looked at the teachers and nervously looked to the ground while shaking. TT, thank you SS sir. Izuku said while shaking, even with a great quirk like that. He's a really shy boy. Most of the teachers thought as they watched the nervous boy thing. Before anyone could say anything else, a beeping sound rang loud through the gym. Izuku looked over his shoulder and saw that the watch's faceplate was flashing red as it beeped. Beep 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 BWOO as the flash beep rang. A red flash consumed the gym, which made the teachers cover their eyes. As the light faded, they opened their eyes and looked down to see that Izuku was back to his human form. Glad you're back, young Midoriya, All Might said with a smile. Wait, what happened? How is the kid back? President Mike asked as he was confused. It appears that his quirk has a time limit on it, on how long does he stay in a form. And if I'm right, the device keeps him from killing himself if the time limit wasn't there. Am I right, Mr. Midoriya? Nezu asked as Izuku looked at him and paled. How does he know about this thing more than me? Izuku thought. Mr. Midoriya? Nezu said as Izuku broke out of his thoughts. Yes sir. Izuku answered the rodent principal. I see. What is the name of your quirk, Midoriya-san? Nezu asked as All Might and Izuku's eyes went wide. How could they tell him that Izuku was quirkless and the watch came from outer space and jumped onto Izuku's wrist? I gotta think fast, Izuku thought. It's called unstable genetics, Izuku yelled out while a bead of sweat went down his neck. Unstable genetics. Nezu Saku with a calculating gaze. Why yes. You see, my quirk is something strange. I can't really use it on my own as it'll probably kill me if I did, so I got this device. Izuku slowly lifted his left hand to show the watch. It keeps me from dying and being able to transform, Izuku said as the teachers nodded while All Might quietly sighed in relief while Nezu was still looking at the watch. He's lying. I know that the watch isn't a quirk, but I must say that he created a believable story. I must watch him in the future, Nezu thought. And how many forms do you have? Nezu asked as Izuku started to sweat a bit more. I haven't counted yet. I only got the watch yesterday from the person who made it. Izuku half lied. He doesn't even know how many transformations are in this watch as he assumed that the fire guy was the only one in it until today, that is. Well, thank you for the description of your quirk, Midoriya-san. That is all I need. Now if you'll excuse me. I must be on my way, Nezu said as he started to leave the gym but stopped before he went through the door and looked back at Izuku. And Midoriya-san, Nezu said. Yes sir? Izuku said. I hope to see you in the exam. It'll be interesting to see more of your abilities in it, Nezu said as he left the gym and started to go to Power Loader's workshop. Izuku let out a deep breath in relief, knowing Nezu didn't buy it, that he lied about the watch and its origins and successes in doing so. Izuku looked at his shaky hands. He'd never lied before and this was the first time he has. Is this what getting away with it feels like? Izuku thought as he felt someone tap on his shoulder. He turned and saw the All Might was tapping his shoulder. You okay, kid? All Might asked. Yeah. I'm fine, All Might sensei, Izuku said with a smile. Good. Now, let's get you home. I'm sure that your mother will be worried about you, All Might said as Izuku's eyes went wide. You're right. Let's go. It was nice to meet you all, Izuku shouted as he grabbed All Might by the arm and dragged him out of the gym as he bid farewell to the pros in the gym. Good kid. I hope I'll see him again on the exam, Present Mike said. Yeah, he has an interesting quirk, Midnight said. All we can do is hope, Cementos said. Yes we can, Recovery Girl said. Nezu was in his office while looking out the window as he watched the setting sun. He sighed as he watched the sun. After all these years, I thought I had never thought that I'd hear about the Omnitrix again, but let alone see it on the son of Inko and Hisashi Midoriya. And judging from how it looks like, it has been heavily altered. I wonder why though? Nezu thought before he went to his desk and opened a drawer and took out a circular, disc-like object marked with a green hourglass symbol on a black background. He tapped on it as the hourglass glowed. This is Agent N23 calling in, Nezu said in the disc. Ah, I was wondering when you were going to call in again, N23. A voice spoke through the disc as the hourglass flashed as the voice spoke. I know. I take it she called in as well. Yes, she did, and she surprised me. I remember that you two swore that you would never return to the plumbers after your last mission together. Yes, Magister. I remember and I regret that day. But that's not what I am calling for. Then what is? I just saw the Omnitrix. You what? I said I just saw the Omnitrix and it was attached to Lieutenant number 775,789's son. I fear that he's not far behind. Yes, she called in as well about the device's whereabouts and who has it. To say that I was shocked to hear that it's on a 15-year-old human who is quirkless and that it was on her son was something else. So, what is your plan? Nezu asked as he looked at the metal pod that the Omnitrix came in. Yes, but number 775,789 said she had a plan. Which is? Let him keep it. What? Nezu shouted as he jumped out of his chair in shock at the plan. Sir, if I may. The Omnitrix is a level 20 alien technology. Something known for recording and scanning different alien species in the known universe and known to attract danger if you're not careful. And you wanted to leave it in the hands of a child? Nezu said as the voice in the disc spoke. Yes, I understand the seriousness and danger of the Omnitrix, and while it's a risk to leave it on the hands of Izuku Midoriya, but he's the only person on the planet that can use it to its fullest. How so? I looked at his records and he's intelligent for someone his age. He has a quick-to-adapt skill that many don't have. He has accurate analyzing skills and he has the drive to be a hero despite his inability not having a natural metagene or quirk, so humans call it. And it's locked into his DNA by now, so we can't take it off him. But sir. But nothing. Besides, she's called in Cadet Man to come to Japan and live with them. Cadet Man? Who's that? Remember that marriage between one of our human plumber operatives and the Lenipans 5 years ago? Yes. Well, turns out that the Midoriyas are distant cousins to the Tennysons and Izuku is close to the first Lenipan plumber cadet we have even before the marriage even happened. So number 775,789 thought that it'd be good if Cadet Man comes to Japan and live with the Midoriyas and protect Izuku before he got the Omnitrix, but now. Man's mission has gotten now harder now. The voice said as Nezu sighed. Is there anything I can do? Nezu asked. If you said that you saw the boy, I want you to enroll him into that school of yours. So that way, I can watch him and the cadet at most times in the day and number 775,789 can watch them at night. Yes, see, I knew that it was a good idea to make you into a plumber after we rescued you from the smuggling and experimenting ring all those years ago. I'll contact you in a later date after the exam to watch the footage for the boy. I suggest that you do research on him and his school. The voice said as the call ends. Nezu looked at the disc and placed it on his desk and turned back to the window as he sees All Might's truck leave the campus. I hope this is the right call and I hope your son is ready for the year, Hisashi. Nezu said as he looked at a photo on his desk. It was a photo of younger him in a white suit with a young woman in the same suit with green hair and a humanoid with black fluffy looking hair in the same suit with scales and 2 horns coming out his head as black smoke coming out its mouth as they smile while holding large gun like blasters. I won't fail you this time, Hisashi. Not again, Nezu said to himself. Midoriya Household. Apartment Complex, Musutafu, Japan. Time, 1815. To say that Inko wasn't worried is an understatement. She was pacing back and forth in the apartment as Izuku never came back home in the time he usually comes. She was tempted to call for help to search for him, but before she could even go to the phone, she heard the front door open and she saw her baby boy walk in. I'm home, Izuku declared before he knew it. He was tackled down by a green and pink blur. He looked down and saw his mother was on his chest. My baby, where were you? Inko yelled as she was drenching Izuku with her tears. I swear, it has to be another quirk cause no normal humans cry that many tears. I was training, you know, for the entrance exam for UA. Izuku said with another half lie. He was training for UA but he was testing his new powers out. Oh, I understand, but you need to call me to tell me every time you're somewhere else. Okay dear? Inko said. Okay, Mom, Izuku said. Inko eventually got off her son and the two walked into the apartment. Mom, I'm gonna go and get cleaned up. Izuku said, true to his words, the fighting and the fact that he was at UA caused him to sweat and he needed to wash up. Alright dear. I'll get dinner ready and I'll call you, Inko said. Okay. Izuku said as he went to the bathroom to shower. Inko watched as her son left the room and as soon as she heard the shower run, she went to her phone and called the same number she called yesterday. Sarah, it's me Inko. Hi Inko. How are you today? Fact. I'm fine. I'm calling to see how is sending Lucy to live with us coming along. Oh, it's going great. She practically started packing as soon as I told her about the idea. She really wants to see Izuku again after so long. That's good to hear. How long will it take to bring Lucy here? Inko asked. At most, a while. The best we got is to get her there after school opens. I see, so Izuku will here to survive for a while without Lucy then. Inko said, she really wanted Lucy to come before school started. She started to think and she got an idea. Sarah. Yes? I know a way to bring Lucy here during the first week of school. What is it? Sarah asked as Inko started to explain her plan. With Izuku. Izuku finished his shower and was in his bedroom as he was on his desk and looking at an empty notebook on the desk. All Might gave it to him and explained. You need to train your body so that it'll handle the backlash and contain one of all. But not only that, we just found out that the watch has more forms in it. We need to see how many forms are it. So, for homework, I'd like you to use that analyzing brain of yours and record those forms of yours. Their abilities, weaknesses, and different uses. Izuku remembered the words clearly and opened the book. He spins a pencil in his hands. Okay, who to do first? Izuku thought as he looks at the blank page until. I know. Izuku thought as he began to write down some details on the page and started to draw a rough draft on it. He drew on the page with red and yellow crayon pencils as he did it from memory. Izuku, Dinner's ready, he heard his mom call him. Okay, coming, Izuku yelled back as he wrote on the page one more time. I think the name fits you, Izuku said to the page as he got up and went to dinner. As he left the page open with a draw of the fire alien on it and with the name, Heat Blast, on the page. A week later, Takoba Municipal Beach Park, time, 4:48 p.m. A fairly tall teenage girl with a rather mature physique, considering her age, was walking down the coastline. She had long black hair that was tied into a spiky ponytail with a large strand hanging on the right side of her face and onyx eyes that point slightly inwards, which seems to resemble a cat. She was wearing a rose-pink shirt, a brown knee-length skirt with black stockings on, and high-heel boots. Her name was Momo Yaoyorizu, and she was exploring her new surroundings as she was getting ready to attend UA in a few weeks. She was excited to attend a high-tier school like UA, and she was one of a few to be accepted into the school through recommendations. Although she lived in Aichi, Japan, and could have attended most of the high-known schools there, she had her heart set on UA. She had already aced the written practical and she was accepted into the school, but all she had to do was wait. So she decided to explore the city she would be living in for the next 3 years, and before you ask, she already finished junior high, having written the exam early. Now the only problem she faced is the distance between cities. The time it'd take to travel from Aichi to Musudafu was 3 hours via the bullet trains. So to solve that problem, her parents had brought her a freaking mansion. A mansion for her to live in. They agreed that her mother would visit her every weekend to see her, and the house would have servants and maids to assist her in daily life. She put her foot down when they asked if they could move in with her. She said that she needed to be a free woman and make decisions for herself, which they respected. She thought that the servants and maids were already enough, but a cleaning crew was the last push, as they would come and clean the manor every now and then. She was walking on the coastline while watching the sun slowly set. She had done research on the beach, and on the page she read it from, the beach was a junkyard for years, as the tides would bring in the trash that was dumped into the ocean and people would illegally dump their unwanted trash there. But to her surprise, the beach was slowly being resorted back to its former glory. She had heard rumors of a teenage boy and a tall, extremely thin man cleaning the beach while the boy trained there. She was walking down by the rails as she heard something drop to the ground hard and saw a sand cloud in the distance. She went there and saw a green-haired teenage boy her age busy pulling an old fridge to a pile of junk on the other side. She could see that he was training hard if his body said anything about it. Oh my! Momo thought with a small blush as she saw the boy's body. He was lean with six-pack abs going. His arms were defined as sweat dripped down off him. She saw a strange thing on his left wrist. It was green and white. What is that? Momo asked as she leaned on the railing more, but what she didn't know was the railing was old and rusty and not too strong from the years as salty winds hit it. As Momo leaned forward, the railing gave out and broke, causing the rich girl to fall from the height of the coastline. Momo knew that she would hit the ground and hard, so she braced for the pain, but she landed on something soft. She thought that the sand was softer than she thought, but the answer to why she had a softer landing was, oh ow. Momo looked down and saw that she was sitting on the boy's back while his face was buried in the sand. Ah! Momo shouted as she jumped from the boy's back into her feet. Are you alright? Momo asked, hoping she didn't injure the boy. Izuku got up and dusted the sand of him as he looks at Momo. Why yeah, I'm alright. Are you okay? Izuku asked, hoping that the girl was okay. Why yes. I'm alright. Momo replied. Oh, that's good. I was afraid that you were hurt, after seeing you fall from the railing, Izuku said. Oh. Thank you for saving me, Momo said with a small blush. It was nothing, Izuku said. May I ask for your name? I want to know the name of my hero. Momo asked as Izuku blushed furiously. My name is Izuku Midoriya. What's your name? Izuku asked. My name is Momo Yaoyorizu. Momo replied to Izuku with a smile as she turns back to the fridge Izuku was pulling. May I ask, what are you doing? Momo asked as Izuku looked to where she was looking. Oh, I'm busy training for UA. Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his head. For UA? Oh, are you training for the entrance exams in 2 weeks? Momo asked. Yup, as part for my training and community service. I'm cleaning the beach, Izuku said. Wow. That is amazing, Midoriya-san. Momo said in awe by the boy's training. "Thank you, but call me Izuku. I really don't like to be called in formal use," Izuku said. He really didn't, since his cousin put that in his brain, but he let older people call him in a formal way out of respect. "Oh, that call me Momo as well," Momo said as Izuku nodded. "So, are you done with the school year?" Izuku asked, knowing that the school year is almost done. "Yes, I finished early. I've been accepted to UA's hero course," Momo said. You see, she was afraid that she'd make this boy who saved her mad for being accepted to UA early. In her old school, most of the students there scorned her when they found out that she was accepted to the most prestigious school in Japan. That's why she took the early exit exam, so she won't have to deal with the glares and backchat by those who were jealous. That is amazing. You must have an incredible quirk to be accepted to UA without going through that entrance exam first," Izuku yelled. Momo let a sigh of relief out as she looks at Izuku's eyes, which were sparkling from the excitement of quirks. "Can I ask what quirk do you have?" Izuku asked with excitement. Momo barely held back the giggle she got from the sight for an excited Izuku. "Why, of course. My quirk is called creation. Apart from living things, I can replicate virtually any object, no matter how complex or advanced its structure may be. I only have to understand the atomic configuration of said object in order to reproduce it. First I need to imagine the necessary parts for what I want to create, followed in the assembling process and, finally, the coding," Momo explained as she holds her hand out and a blue and pink glow emulated from it as a Matryoshka doll that looked like her came out of it. "That's amazing. You'd be useful in many situations, from rescue missions to frontline battles. With your quirk, you could make it big as a heroine," Izuku expressed. Momo smiled and blushed a little more than she did. It felt nice to be complimented by someone who wanted to know about her and her abilities. "And what is your quirk?" Momo asked as Izuku looked a bit nervous about it. "Oh, it's called unstable genetics. See this?" Izuku said as he lifted the watch. "Yes, what is that?" Momo asked as she looked at the weirdest looking watch she's ever seen. "Well, this is a support item. It lets me to change into different forms and use different abilities." Izuku nervously explained his watch's power as Momo looked at him in shock. "You have an emitter and mutation quirk in one?" Momo asked in shock. From the sound from it, it's an overpowered quirk. "Why, yeah," Izuku squeaked out, startled by the sudden yell. "That's incredible, Izuku," Momo said. Thank you," Izuku said with a blush. Momo looked at Izuku's body and, taking in the sight, she noticed a black mark on his left side as it looked like a burn mark, a fresh one. "Izuku, what's that?" Momo asked as she points to the burn mark. "What's what?" Izuku said before he looked where Momo impaled. "Crap, I forgot to wear my shirt and hide that burn on me," Izuku yelled in his head as he started to think for an excuse to use. Oh. Well, that's Izuku tried to say something but was drawing a blank. "Did you do that to yourself by accident during training, or did someone else do it to you?" Momo asked with a bit for concern in her voice as Izuku flinched slightly at the mention of someone. Why yeah. Someone did this. But it's nothing to worry about. I'm fine," Izuku said to reassure Momo. She nodded but took the note of the burn and left in the back for her head for another day. The two started talking about what their hobbies are and dreams and what they like as they like. After the sun started to set, Izuku decided to walk Momo home, which she liked. They walked for a while as they talked. "I hope you do get into UA, I'd really like you to be in my class," Momo said. "Yay, I've dreamed to become a hero for most of my life and I've trained for this. I won't fail," Izuku said. Momo could see that Izuku was intelligent, a bit of a nervous wreck, but she had faith that he'd make it in. The two arrive as Izuku looked around and saw a huge mansion. I think we're at the wrong place," Izuku said as Momo giggled. "Actually, this is the right place," Momo said as she pulled out a remote control and pressed a button on it as the large gate started to open. "Wait, you live here?" Izuku asked in shock at the size of the house. "Yes, my family's rich and they purchased this house so I can live closer to UA, Momo said as she was about to enter the house. "Oh man. I didn't know she was this rich," Izuku thought before Momo stopped and turned to him. "Izuku, let's exchange contacts. I really like to talk to you more, and as a thank you for saving me from the fall," Momo said. Why you really don't have to, but I insist. Okay then. Izuku said as he pulled out his phone and handed it to Momo as she did the same with her phone and the two put their phone numbers in each other's phones. I hope to see you in UA and good luck in your exam, Izuku. Momo yelled as she left the boy who was waving back to her. Izuku looked at the gate and to his phone and started shaking. The only contacts he had on the phone were his mom, All Might, and now. Momo winking face, I got a girl's number, as if he was a volcano. Izuku erupted in a full-blown blush. Although he felt proud for himself to get a girl's number and talk to one, it was the most shocking thing he's even gone through. He walked to the train station and smiled. Today was a good day after all. 2 weeks later, day of the UA entrance exam, Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Time: 6:08 a.m. Toshinori pulled into the beach's parking lot and started to walk to the beach. Today was the exam and Izuku's training deadline. He was worried that Izuku hasn't finished and he would have to rely on the watch of this. The two made progress on the watch's abilities. Izuku noted that it had 10 different forms in it and they all have different strengths, weaknesses and different personalities. They discovered that the watch's time limit for Izuku to stay in a transformation was 10 to 15 minutes and on complete accident, Izuku could switch back to human during the time limit and transform into another form, but it'll tax the time away for different forms when Izuku tapped the faceplate one time during training. All Might was walking down when he heard a scream and looked up and saw Izuku standing on a pile with sweat all over him as he screamed. He saw that the beach was spotless, even on the area outside the training area. With a few minutes to spare, but you impressed me, kid. Holy. Stinking. Super crap, Toshi said as he transformed into All Might mid-sentence. Izuku wobbled side to side before falling off the pile of junk to the ground as All Might dashed forward and caught him. Excellent work. All Might complimented Izuku, who weakly smiled. I finished everything. All Might. I did it. Do you think I'm ready now? Izuku asked as All Might set Izuku down to the ground. Yeah, you did good, kid. I got to say, I'm impressed. I knew you had it in you, but this is beyond. All Might said as he took out his phone and showed Izuku a picture of himself. This is you. Crying, 10 months ago. Look how far you've come. Such improvement, All Might said as Izuku's new body glazed in the rising sun. You still have a long road ahead for you before you can inherit my full power set. But it's starting to look like you can do it, All Might said as Izuku looked at his left hand. All Might. Are you sure that I deserve this? You said time, energy to get me ready, and you even helped me with this. Izuku said as he lifts the watch in full view. You helped me figure this thing out when I was scared about it. How'd I ended up so lucky? Izuku asked as he started to cry as All Might started to laugh. You're really worried about that after all these months together? All Might thought as he pats Izuku's back. This was your hard work, not mine. Now for your reward, Izuku Midoriya, All Might said. Yes sir. Izuku reposed as All Might pulled out one of his hairs. Someone told me this once. There's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an action while the other's a reward. Never get those two confused. All Might said as Izuku looked at him. Take that to heart, young man. This gift, you earned it with your efforts, All Might said as Izuku looked on and nodded. And so, I held out my weak quirkless hands, now grab the future. All Might held the hair out to Izuku and said, eat this. Izuku looked on in confused shock. To inherit my powers, you got to swallow some for my DNA, that's how it works. All Might explained casually. This isn't how I imagined it, Izuku said, feeling a little sick. Come on, there's no more time. You'll be late for the exam. Eat, eat, eat. All Might shouted as he forced the hair down Izuku's throat. Ah, that sucked. Izuku yelled as he swallowed the hair wholly. Sorry, but it was the only way you had to get one of all. All Might apologized as he transformed back to his true form. It's okay. So, now what? Do I wait for it or should I feel it or? Warning. DNA alteration detected. The two looked down and saw that Izuku's watch glowed brightly as it spoke. Izuku only could say as this was the first time since getting the watch, it spoke. Was the alteration intended? It asked in a voice that sounded like, Izuku. Yes, it was. Izuku answered the question. No danger in foreign DNA, updating DNA into omnicodon stream for Izuku Midoriya. The watch spoke before Multi said over the watch and around Izuku as red veins appeared over him. Oh crap, did we just fry the thing? Toshi asked as the watch sparked and Izuku glowed a bit before the sparking stopped. Function reboot. Translator resorted. Playlist 1 resorted. Playlist 2 added. Playlist 3 added. Scan and catch function resorted. Recognizing DNA sample as one of all. New feature added. One of all added. The watch spoke as Izuku and All Might were confused. It recognized it. Toshi said. What does that mean? Izuku asked as the watch glowed once more. New feature requires recalibration. Esteemed time. 3 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. The watch said as it flashed green 3 times before it went blue. The two looked at the watch as they had nothing to say after that. That was something I wasn't expecting, Toshi said as Izuku nodded before he looked at the watch one more time. Wait, it said that it's fixing itself. Does that mean I can't use it during the exams? Izuku asked in fear that he'll fail. Relax, young Midoriya. The watch said it needs to recharge so it might be online during the exam. All Might said to reassure his successor. Why yeah. I guess you're right, All Might. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Izuku said. 3 hours later, people were running from a huge towering robot as Izuku sat on the ground in fear as he watched the robot come closer. Please watch, turn on, Izuku shouted at his watch as it was still in the blue. Another chapter done. Hey guys, thanks for reading the story and I hope you enjoyed it as I wrote it. I'm busy writing the next chapters of some of my stories and I have a new story out right now called The Loud House, Dogenshi. It's awesome, so please go and check it out. I love you guys and thank you for your time. Review, follow, vote on the poll. Please go check out my other stories and stay healthy. Pixel out. Comment 2, comment vote. Chapter 4. Entrance Exam. Author's Corner. Keys. Talking, thinking, flashback. Text. Phone call, transformation talking, Omnitrix talking, All Might hero form talking. Transformation thinking, All Might hero form thinking. Hey guys, Pixel here and here's the next chapter of the Alien Hero. Deku 10. And I'll say this right now, thank you to those who liked and followed the story, as it is you guys who made me to continue the story, as I was not expecting people to read my story and follow it. Now in the last chapter, Izuku decides that he needs to train and learn how to use the watch and its form for the exam. Nezu calls an old boss about Izuku's future and life as Inko makes a plan about it. Izuku meets a girl by the name Momo and the two become fast friends. Let's see what happens next. And, in this chapter, it's the entrance exams into UA's hero course and Izuku needs to be ready for it. Who will he meet and will the Omnitrix be back online to help our hero out? Find out now. Chapter 4. Entrance Exam. Entrance. UA. High School, Musudafu, Japan. Time. 8:30 a.m. Izuku was in his junior high school uniform as he was rushed to the entrance of UA High for the exam. Made it just in time, Izuku said in between breaths as he starts to walk to the school. I was so worried about the watch and missing the exam. I never got a chance to test out my new power yet in human form. Izuku thought as he remembered how he got the power. Eat this, All Might said as Izuku stopped and held his hand to his mouth. I may have swallowed the hair but I feel nothing different before me. And Izuku stopped talking as he gazed down to his wrist and to the watch as it was still blue. The watch is still on the blue zone, Izuku said to himself. Stupid Deku. Izuku heard a voice behind him. He turned to see Bakugo glaring at him with hate in his eyes. Kachan, Izuku said, get out of my way or I'll set you on fire. Bakugo growled as Izuku jumped a little and flipped his arms around. Ah, good morning. Let's do our best out there, good luck, Izuku yelled as he moved his arms around while Bakugo just passed by him, which confused Izuku. He turned back and watched Bakugo walk to the campus as students whispered among themselves when they saw Bakugo, as they thought that he was big game for surviving the sludge villain attack. Ever since that day, Kachan has been taking it easier on me. Well, that is, until no one's around to see, that is. He's gotten more ruthless behind closed areas and doors. Which is why I still have the burn on the left side of my ribs. Izuku thought as he rubbed his ribs. He was about to walk into UA when his phone started to vibrate. He took it out and saw 2 messages were sent to him. One from his mom. "Good luck today, sweetie. Mommy's proud of you, Mom." And one from "Good luck in your exam, Izuku-kun. I'll be rooting for you." Momo winking face. Izuku smiled at the messages. Ever since Izuku and Momo met, they've been chatting to each other nearly every day. Well, more like Momo talking to Izuku while the poor boy tried to communicate while trying not passing out. He smiled and shook his head as his legs start to shake. "I've worked hard to get here, and now that I'm here, ready to take this exam, thanks to All Might and the Watch, I'm actually going to be a hero." Izuku thought confidently as he takes a step, but somehow manages to trip over his own foot, causing him to fall to the ground. "Or I'll just die," Izuku thought as he braced for impact when he stopped in midair. He looked down and saw that he was inches away from the ground while he floated over the ground. Next to him was a girl with her hand next to him. She had warm brown, shoulder-length hair. It bobbed and curved inwards at the ends, 2 longer clumps taking the same shape on either side of her face, which over round, and short bangs that reach roughly a quarter of the way down her forehead. She was wearing a sailor fuku with a dark brown jacket. "Huh, are you okay?" the girl asked as Izuku starts to panic as he moves around in the air until he finally notices the girl next to him. She giggles as she corrects his position to put him back on his feet. "I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry that I didn't ask first, but I figured that you wouldn't mind catching you since falling on an important day is bad luck," the girl said as she put her fingers together, and Izuku saw that her fingers had a small pink pads on the tips of her fingers which somewhat resembling the toe of a cat or a dog's paw. "Isn't this so nerve-wracking?" the girl asked so casually while Izuku tried to speak, but due to his shy nature, especially in front of a cute girl, he couldn't say one understandable word. "Well, I guess I'll see you inside," the girl said as she jogs to the building, leaving a stunned Izuku just staring at her before she disappeared into the crowd. Holy crap. I talked to another girl, Izuku thought when really, he didn't talk anything besides babble nonsense out. Now, let the record be known that Izuku hasn't really talked to the opposite sex that much in his life. In fact, Izuku has only talked to 3. Well, according to him, 4 women in his life now, and that includes his mom in that list. He started to chuckle a bit before it turned into a full-blown laugh which made the examines look at him as if he was crazy. The written portion of the exam was difficult, but Izuku got it done with some minutes to spare thanks to his intelligence and the studying he did during his 10-month training and training to hone his transformations. Izuku and the rest of the examines were in an auditorium as Izuku sat down. Unfortunately for him, he sat right next to his former childhood friend turned bully as the lights turn on and President Mike was in front of them on a stage. "What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning in to me. Your school DJ, come on, let me hear ya." President Mike shouts while the rest was in complete silence, but Izuku was jumping in place a bit. He's already met Mike a few weeks ago, so he's not as excited as he was in the canon. "Keeping it mellow, huh? That's fine, I'll skip to the main show," President Mike said, acting like nothing happened. "Let's talk about how this practical exam is gonna get ready," President Mike asked, but his response was total silence. Izuku looked down to his wrist and checked on the watch to see that his was still on blue mode. "Okay. Now, like your application said, today you rocking boys and girls would be in a 10-minute mock battle in a simulated suburban city. After I drop the mic here, you'll be escorted to your specified battle centers. Everything good?" President Mike said as Izuku and Bakugo looked at their examine ID cards and saw that Izuku was going to be in Battle Center B while Bakugo was going to be at Battle Center A. "I see. So they spiting us up so we can't work together with friends," Bakugo said, figuring out the purpose for the different locations. Izuku looked at Bakugo's exam ID which Bakugo noticed. "Get your eyes off my card," Bakugo growled as Izuku flinched back. "Damn. I was looking forward into crushing you," Bakugo said, now realizing that he couldn't crush Izuku during their mock battles due to the different locations while Izuku looked at him nervously. Okay. Check out your targets. There are 3 types of mock villains in every battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulties. So you better choose wisely. Your goal is to rise your points by shredding these foes like in a mid-song guitar solo. But check it, make sure you keep things heroic. Attack other students is a UA. No, ya dig? President Mike said. "Excuse me sir, but I have a question," one student said as he stood up and with his hand up. "Hit me." President Mike pointed to the student when a stoplight lit over him. This student was relatively tall and muscular with a wide frame. He had short dark blue hair, flattened neatly down and parted on the left of his head, a small patch completely shaved near the base of his head, and rather square eyes which matched the notably pointed shape of his jaw. He had a serious expression, glasses on, while his uniform was something that looked like a private school and he wore glasses. On the printout, you listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all respect, if this is an error on UA material, it is shamefully. We are students who expect the best from Japan's best school. A mistake like this won't do. And you, with the unkempt hair. This student pointed to Izuku, who looked a bit surprised from being called out. You've been muttering and looking down this whole time. It's distracting. If you can't take this serious, then I suggest that you leave, the student said as Izuku covered his mouth and tried to make himself smaller, which he could if the watch was online. Izuku took a quick glance at Bakugo and saw that Bakugo was giving him a very murderous glare. President Mike looked at where the student was looking and saw Izuku and remembered him. Hey, it's the transform kid. I wonder what he'll transform today for this exam, President Mike thought as the students laughed at Izuku. Alright chill listeners. Examine number 7111, thanks for calling in with your request. The 4th villain type is worth 0 points. That guy is just an obstacle that we'll be throwing your way. There's one in every battle center. It actions like a hurdle that you should try to avoid. It's not that it can't be beaten, but there's kinda no point. I recommend that my listeners should focus on the ones on the top of the charts, President Mike said. Thank you ever much. Please, continue. The student bowed and sat back down. The students in the auditorium revealed that it's like traps that you have to get by like in a video game. That's all I got for you today. I'll sign off with a little present. A sample of our school motto. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. MHHM. Now that's a tasty soundbite. President Mike grinned. Y'all ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra, President Mike shouted as Izuku looked down to his paper while his hands were shaking with a determined smile. Good luck, I hope you've been practicing that just books, President Mike shouted. The candidates were at their mock cities as Izuku's group were at their gate. They were stretching while Izuku stood there in his tracksuit while his body was shaking. He swallowed a lump in his throat while looking at the other candidates in his group. Okay, this is it. A mock battle. How come none of these guys look nervous at all? Are they that confident? Some of them even have special gear. Izuku said when he saw a kid who was slim built with a rather feminine face. He had long blonde hair, worn flattened down around the majority of his head, spiked and sticking out to the sides at the bottom of it, with a side fringe that curves upwards a little before it does down. He had notably long eyelashes. He had a simple yet convenient belt around his stomach. Izuku continued to look around until he spotted a familiar brown-haired girl in the crowd at the front of the gate. Hey, it's her. The nice girl I met at the school gates, the one who kept me from falling. I should probably thank her for helping me back there, Izuku thought. He started to crip walk to her when a hand grabbed his shoulder. He turned around and saw that it was the boy with the glasses grabbing his shoulder, which caused him to be afraid. He's here too. The glasses looked at where Izuku was going and saw the girl, and from his point of view, she looked like she was trying to calm herself down. She looks like she's trying to focus on the trials ahead. The boy looked down to Izuku and gave him a pointed look. What are you going to do? Distract her and ruin her chances to succeed? The boy assumed, which caused Izuku to panic. No, of course not. Izuku started to deny the accusation as the students looked at the two and noticed Izuku. Hey look, that the guy who bited earlier out front, one laughed. He practically wet himself. Another one laughed as he joined in. Dude, what a loser. Well, I guess one less rival to worry about. One more said as everyone thought that they were lucky. He's out. Why'd I feel like everyone's already ridden me off? Izuku sighed. Right. Let's start. Izuku and the others looked up and saw President Mike looking down on them. Get moving. There aren't countdowns in real battles. Run, listeners. You're wasting airtime here, President Mike said as Izuku looked around and saw that everyone was running into the city. I'm already behind, Izuku thought. Crap, hey, wait up. Save some villains for me. Izuku shouted while running to catch up to the others. Music. My Hero Academia Ost. Sento Kunran, combat training. Just calm down. This is fine. I have plenty of time. I'll catch up to them. After all, I have All Might's power. Which I haven't tested out yet and the watch is still blue, Izuku thought. He ran in the city while remembering what All Might told him back at the beach. Remember, even though you've molded your body into a proper vessel of OFA, but you did it in a hurry, so be careful. You haven't even taken it for a test drive yet. The physical backlash of OFA can be intense. We don't have time, but take note, this is your first time using this quirk and we don't know how it'll react to the watch, but when the time comes, I want you to clench your butt cheeks and yell this from the depths of your heart. Smash. Izuku kept running until a robot which was too familiar to him busts through a wall, causing him to stop. A one-pointer, Izuku said. The robot's eyes scanned Izuku and rushed forward. Target acquired, it said while rushing towards Izuku. Crap, it's targeted me. No problem, all I had to do is dodge it and… Izuku noticed that his legs were shaking and he couldn't move. Why were my feet move? Holy crap, I'm gonna die, Izuku thought, but a blazing laser hit the robot, causing it to be destroyed. Got him. The blonde feminine-looking boy with the belt shouted, causing Ayaka to turn to him. A laser? Merci beaucoup. We make a great team with you as my decoy, although I doubt I'll be seeing too much of you in the future. Adieu, the boy said while speeding off. Izuku looked at him in confusion. What did he mean by that? Izuku, while feeling a bit offended. 6 minutes and 2 seconds left, present mic announced, causing Izuku to panic and look at the watch. Why are you still blue? Izuku shouted to the watch, which as you can guess was still blue. Izuku looked around to see if there were any robots for him to smash, but none were around. Not good, not good, not good. Izuku started running down the street. Come on. I need point fast, Izuku thought as he saw dead robot bodies all around the road. As he ran out of an alleyway, he saw students scrambled all around with dead, smoking robots. He looked around in panic and saw the girl from earlier was in the action running. Her again. She was touching robots as they started to float off the ground while she put her hands together. R release. She commends as the robots fell to the ground and get damaged from the fall. She pants, clearly tired from her quirk. Okay, that should be at least 28 points, she said and runs to her next targets. Huh, 28 points. Izuku thought in surprise. The glasses-wearing kid runs towards a robot and kicks it, causing it to explode. That puts me at 45. He commented. How'd he get so many? Izuku asked in awe. The other students started commenting their own scores while fighting the robots as some parts were flying in the air. That's 32 for me. Hey, that was mine. First come, first serve. At this rate, there won't be any enemies left. I'm gonna fail, Izuku thought as fear filled him. End music. Unknown room. Clearly the examines have no idea how many villains are present or their locations. They have limited time, must cover a vast area, and hunt down every last target. Nezu commented as he and the rest for the teachers and judges were watching the exam location on a display screen. Some use information gathering abilities to plan out strategies. He commented as a picture for a kid with tentacles was on a building as he looked on. While others rely on their speed to pull ahead of their peers, he said as an image of the glasses-wearing kid ran and skid on the ground. Of course, remaining calm under pressure can be a huge advantage, he said as the laser-shooting kid appeared as he looked at the camera. To this day, I still see him in my nightmares. I can't get over as to how he looks at us with those eyes. As pure power and combat ability, he said as Bakugo appeared while he was panting and grinned like a crazed maniac with a robot smoking. The most successful students use a combination of all those tactics, they're the ones who rack up the highest scores. Nezu said as he looks at a scene for Izuku who wasn't transformed. You haven't transformed yet, Midoriya. I wonder why? Nezu thought. I'd say that this year's group looks promising, Midnight's voice was heard. Well, that's still plenty of time before it's over. The rest test has yet to come. If I may, sir? A voice asked Nezu who was looking at Izuku. Ah, yes. You may press it, Nezu said, not once taking his eyes off Izuku. Let's see if those files and data on you is true. Show me what you can do, Izuku. A hand opened a case which held a red button and pressed it. Battle Center B. Let's see how they react. A voice said as the mock city where Izuku was started shake as dust exploded into the air. The students looked all in shock as something large was heading towards them as its windows crack while passing by buildings. Izuku looked around to see what was the cause of the rumbling and looked up and seeing a Titan-sized robot, staring down on them and crushing a building over them. Izuku suddenly remembered the words President Mike told them before the exam. It actions like a hurdle that you should try to avoid. It's not that it can't be beaten, but there's kinda no point. I recommend that my listeners should focus on the ones on the top of the charts. Izuku shook in place at the sight for it. Is this a little extreme? Izuku thought as the zero-pointer punches the ground causing dust to go in the air and cloud the students' vision. Each of them had to shield their eyes from the dust and wind that was caused from the force of the punch. Izuku opened his eye after the wind slowed down to see that the robot was extend its metal hand to them as the examines run away from it with Izuku falling to the ground while panting. Now things get interesting. A person's true character is revealed when faced with danger. All Might said as the glasses-wearing kid run past Izuku and in slow motion, see him before running away. Izuku looks on before scrambling away in a crawling position. This is a disaster. I gotta run and find some smaller villains, Izuku shouted. He tried to move but he wasn't going nowhere. Crap, 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 I'm still at 0 points, Izuku said. President Mike stretched his hand in the air and held 2 fingers out. Less than 2 minutes remaining, he announced. What? 2 minutes? Izuku shouted and in a panic as he remembered the training, the months with All Might. Everything All Might did for me and supported me. All that training and analyzing. It'll be wasted, Izuku thought, but he stopped when OWW. Help. He heard 2 voices and turned around to see the kind brown-haired girl and another girl were trapped under debris. The brown-haired girl tried to get up and failed as she fell to the ground while the other girl tried to help her up with her tongue as her hands were trapped under the debris. Insert music. My Hero Academia Ost. You say run. Izuku starts to remember the kindness the brown-haired girl showed him at the gate earlier. I'm sorry that I didn't ask first, but I figured that you wouldn't mind catching you since falling on an important day is bad luck. Beep. Izuku heard something beep. He looked down and saw multicolored lighting surging around his wrist. He pulled his sleeve, saw the watch was in the green. Recalibration complete. All systems are back online. New function. Plus Ultra is inserted into alien DNA matrix. What? Alien DNA? What? Izuku didn't think about it anymore as the robot creeped ever closer. He put his fingers on the faceplate and ran to the robot without a second thought. The dust was causing problem for Izuku as he couldn't see the select bar to choose who he wanted. The lighting continued to surge over the watch's red vein-like lines appeared over Izuku's body. There are no combat points rewarded for taking on the humongous villain. But All Might was talking as Izuku let his fingers off the faceplate and it slid back to reveal the button. He slams the button down as the green flash consumed him with green lighting arcing off. There is a chance to shine. All Might continue as something jumped in the air, causing the dust to cover. The 2 girls noticed someone jumping to the robot as the teachers looked surprised by the sudden light show as Nezu smiled. To show what you're made for, All Might finished. 2 green-colored hands in finger-less gloves readied into fists as red vein-like lines appeared over them. This figure moves pass in between the fingers for the robot. This one was a humanoid that was approximately 12 feet tall, with well-developed muscles with 2 pairs of 4-fingered arms. A black stripe goes from his chin to his lower lip, and he has 4 eyes. A main pair, and a smaller pair below them with freckles on his face. This was familiar as Izuku transformed into this form not too long ago, but it was different as last time. He had red skin. But this time, he had green skin, had a better developed forehead, more muscle mass, a different t-shirt design and a pair of jutting incisors and green wristbands on his 4 arms. He wore the watch's symbol on his chest instead of the upper left shoulder. A.N. So imagine Ben 10,000's 4 arms form with green skin and freckles. I couldn't find any image on an ultimate 4 arms form, so I used that. So, clench your butt cheeks, kid, and yell this from the depths of your heart. Izuku remembered the words from All Might as he felt energy going to his arms. Smash! Izuku in his new form shouted as he punched the head for the robot. When his fists connected, ulted in an explosion as the head fell off with two massive dents on its face, while the body was pushed back from the force from the punch and started to fall as explosions sparked. The others below were in awe from the display from power from this new form. That's right. All Might said with a proud smile on his face. Show them who you are. Embody what it means to be a hero. Nothing is nobler than self-sacrifice. All Might as Izuku floated in the air with a shocked expression on his face while his two hands looked a bit sore from the purple color they had as the gloves were shredded. End music. This is kind of like when I kind of saved Kachan. I moved and reacted without thinking. But now, I've got powers. Izuku thought as the robot finally fell into a building. Just 1 minute left, Present Mike announced as Izuku snapped out of his shocked state and realized where he was as he started to fall to the ground. He fell and hit the street hard as he left a crater from the fall. Note to self. Need to work on landing, Izuku said as he pulled himself off the ground and out of the crater. He went to the girls who were still in the fallen debris and picked up the rocks from them with his other two hands with no difficulty. You two all right? Izuku asked as the girls looked at him. Why yeah. Thanks for saving us, the brown-haired girl said, in complete awe for the huge four-armed form in front of her. Why yeah. Thank you Kiro asterisk, the other girl said with a little ribbit which made her sound like a frog. No trouble. Izuku couldn't finish what he was trying to say as he fell to the ground. Present Mike looked at a wristwatch and saw the time. And that's it. Time's up, Present Mike said as a siren went off, signaling the end of the exam. The glasses-wearing boy sighed in concern. Bakugo grinned while wiping off some sweat while robots were around him while his hand was smoking. The girls bent down and watched Izuku's fallen form in concern as the brown-haired girl looked a bit sick before turning around and throwing up. Rainbows and glitter? The other students in Izuku's battle center were silent from what they just witnessed while one of them was staring at the reader. Did you see that? This guy totally destroyed that robot like it was nothing. Yeah, what kind of power does this guy have? Yeah, but more importantly, who is this guy? This guy wasn't with us at the gate before the exam. The students were talking among themselves, wondering who was this four-armed guy and how strong was he. One candidate saw Izuku and her eyes went wide at what he was. A Tetraman. Here, on Earth. Why is he green instead of the usually red? No, something must be going on here. But what? The candidate thought as a beeping noise rang through the air. They looked around if any robot was still coming, but they turned to the fallen Izuku as they see red light flashing under him. Beep 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 bwoo. The candidates closed their eyes from the red flash that went off from Izuku when the beeping stopped. They opened their eyes and see Izuku, knocked out with his right hand a bit bruised while a little bit of green lighting arced off him and the watch as it dies. It's that guy, the one we thought was a strikeout. He jumped and took out the robot with one punch. He must have some of mutation quirk. But why is he normal looking if he has that type of quirk? There has to be something else. If he had such amazing quirk, how come he didn't snag any points all day? Maybe he was trying to trick us. Joke's on him. There's no way he's passing with a 0 score like that. True, but you gotta admit, that was a cool move. As the candidates were talking, the glasses boy just watched as he looked down. They're all missing the point. Do they see what he did? He taught as he turns to the two girls watching Izuku's body. He sacrificed everything, just to save those girls. He must have known how little time was left. How many points he needed to pass. That he was putting his life on the line. But, despite those concerns, he didn't hesitate to go and jump. He thought while clenching his hands. If this hadn't been an exam, then of course, I would have done the same thing. He thought before he realized something. Wait. The exam. The judges, they saw that. He started to think on it as the candidates hear someone walk to them. They turned to see Recovery Girl was walking to them. Every nice. Good work all around. You're heroes in my eyes, every one of you. Here, reward yourselves. Have some gummies. Recovery Girl said as she gives them to a boy who bowed to her in thanks. She walks to where Izuku was as the blonde-haired student watched. She's the heart of UA, he said as she looked at Izuku and sighed. Not what was I expecting since you just got the power, but you look better, but I see that your hand could use some healing since it looks broken. Recovery girl thought as she puckered her lips and kisses the back of Izuku's head as everyone watches. What's she doing? One candidate asked awkwardly. You're watching a school nurse in action. The youthful heroine. Recovery girl. The boy said as Izuku's hand heals at alarming rate. Her quirk is a super activation of healing power. She's the only reason UA can hold those reckless exams. Look, she saved you what could have been weeks of recovery time. He finished speaking as the glowing stopped and Izuku was good as new. The glasses-wearing boy looked on as something came to his mind. I wonder. What if the exam had other factors that I didn't take into account? The boy thought before his eyes widened and looked at Izuku. It's possible. Time skip. A week later. This time skip was brought to you by Izuku transforming into the wrong alien during a battle. Midoriya household, Musutafu. Japan. Time, 6:30 p.m. Izuku was staring into a fried fish's eyes with a blank stare on his face and a blank smile. Izuku. Snap out of it. Izuku. Izuku broke out of his blank trance and saw that his mother was looking at him with a worried expression on her face. Why are you smiling at that fish? Should I be worried about you, honey? Inko asked in concern. No sorry, I just spaced out of a minute. Izuku replied as he beams to eat his food, but Inko still looked at him with worry written on her face. Izuku was on the couch as he used his grip strengthener in one hand while his phone was in the other hand. He had his blank expression on his face while staring into nothing. Based from my own estimates, I barely passed the written part of the exam. Not that it matters anyway since I got a big fat 0 in the practical part. Not a single point. And ever since the exam, I haven't been able to get into touch with All Might. Izuku thought before he sighed. His mother turned to him after retrieving a book with her quirk. I know. Waiting for the results is terrible, Inko said, trying to lift Izuku's spirits. I guess. Izuku mumbled out, no matter what, I just want to let you know that I'm proud for you and I think that you're really cool, sweetie. Inko reassured Izuku, but he was still depressed. Sure. Izuku mumbled out, I didn't tell my mom about All Might or his select or the watch's true nature. I wanted him to continue to be the symbol of peace of everyone. The #1 hero. Besides, he trusted me. So I'll keep my mouth shut. Izuku thought as he places his phone to the table and picks up on Wade's. All Might, even after you saw potential in me, but I failed. I let both of us down so much. I'm sorry, but I'll keep trying. Izuku thought while curling his weights. Just then, the door opened up and Izuku turned to see his mother on the floor and she scrambled on her knees. A letter. A letter. Izuku, look, it came. A letter. It came. Inko said before she pulled herself together and shows him a letter. It's here. A letter from UA. Izuku looked at the letter with unease as he takes it and heads to his room while his mom was pacing back and forth in the hallway. Inside the bedroom, Izuku was at his desk and was looking at the envelope before he takes the letter and rips it open. As it opens, a metal disc falls. Ogram scene pops it. Booyah, I am here as a projection. All Might in his hero form appeared, which startled Izuku. All Might, but this is from UA. Isn't it? Izuku questioned while watching the hologram. I know it's been a while. But, with great power, comes a great amount for paperwork. My apologies, young man. All Might bowed as Izuku watched the hologram until a thought crossed his mind. Wait, if All Might's at UA and he's on the hologram, then, does that mean? Izuku thought as his concussion was coming. I feel that you've figured it out. That's right. I didn't just come to this city to fight villains. You were looking at the new staff member of UA. Hi, All Might said. A hand popped out of nowhere and tapped All Might's arm as the #1 hero turned to the owner of the hand. Yes, what's the matter? Who's showboating? Oh sorry, but we have to show him something first. All Might said as Izuku sighed. Well, at least he's not mad. Wait, did he say, we? Izuku said as he went back to the hologram to see All Might finishing a conversation with the hand. Okay, moving on. You passed the written part of the exam with flying colors. 94.5% grade is impressive. But, you got 0 villain points in the practical exam. I'm sorry. All Might said as Izuku looked down and started shaking. I know that. I've known that since it's been all I could think. Izuku said as his voice started to break. I'm a failure. Frontally for you. There were other factors in place during the exams. Izuku looked up and saw Nezu on All Might's shoulder. Principal Nezu. Why's he here? Izuku questioned. That's right. But before we look at my results, we have a surprise for you. Here, a short clip for your viewing pleasure. All Might said as he turned on a screen and a video of the brown-haired girl and the other girl walking into the staff room. Excuse us, but do you have a sec? The brown-haired girl asked. Huh? It's that nice girl and it's that other girl from the exam, Izuku said. They showed up after the exam to talk about you, young man. All Might teased a bye as Izuku stood up in shock. Oh, what did they have to speak? Well, let us see, shall we? Nezu said. He pressed the play button and the clip on screen resumed with the two girls talking to present Mike. You know that boy, with the really messy hair and all the freckles? The brown-haired girl tried to describe Izuku. And don't forget that he's plain looking with that weird watch on him, the other girl bluntly said. They meant me. Izuku thought, insert inspirational music. My Hero Academia asked. You can be a hero. Yeah, him. Anyway, I was wondering. Would it be possible to give him some of the points I earned during the exam? The brown-haired girl asked. Yeah, mine too. We heard people around us after he passed out say that he was on 0 points, the other girl said. Yeah, it seems crazy for someone who took down that giant robot and not have any points. You'll never be able to hang with the best for the best like me. Izuku remembered the words Bakugo told him in middle school. He would have had a better score if he hadn't stopped to help us, the brown-haired girl said. That was absolutely no reason for you to run in like that. Izuku remembered the words Death Arms, a hero who he met early last year, said to him. Izuku clutched his hand to his pants tightly. He saved us, please, let us make it up to him. The girls shouted in unity, which Izuku looked at the screen in disbelief. They were willing to give up their earned points, for him. Please sir, can you give him some of our points? The brown-haired girl asked as Nezu paused the video and the two turned to Izuku. You have 2 quirks now, yes. But it's your actions that inspire others, All Might said. Yes, Midoriya-san. You see, the practical exam has a hidden factor. You see, the exam wasn't graded on combat alone. Nezu said, which caught Izuku's attention as the clip resumes. Thanks for showing up to the station for your request, little listeners, but there's no reason to give him your points cause that little green listener is gonna be fine. Present Mike said while patted the girls' heads. All Might and Nezu walked closer to the screen. How can a hero course reject someone who is committed into saving other, regardless for the risks to himself? After all, that is what makes a hero, All Might said. Well said, All Might. Which is why we have to show you this. Nezu said as a scoreboard appeared with the top 10 candidates being shown and Izuku went into shock when he saw his name on the board. We have rescue points. A panel of judges watches and they award points for heroic acts beyond just fighting villains, All Might said. Yes, and for your sacrifice and the saving of the 2 young ladies, you earned these points, Nezu said as Izuku's results displayed onto the hologram. Rank number 1. Izuku Midoriya. Villain points. 0, rescue points. 85. Rank 4 Hash. Ochako Uraraka. Villain points. 28, rescue points. 35. Rank number 10 Tsuyu Asui. Villain points. 15, rescue points. 35. Izuku couldn't believe his eyes right now. He was in first place in the exam. With rescue points under his belt. The 2 teachers turned to him. All 3 of you passed the exam, All Might said. Is this some kind of dream? Izuku thought. Welcome, Izuku Midoriya to UA High School's heroic course. Nezu congratulated Izuku while tears fell from his face. All Might stretch out his hand to the camera. Yes, welcome to your Hero Academia, All Might said. Izuku started to wipe his tears with his left sleeve and looked at the watch on his wrist. He felt truly blessed to have found it that night. Thank you, for everything. Izuku cried out. It may have taken a lot of help. But my life changed completely. And now, I'm enrolling into the high school of my dreams. End music. Izuku walked out of his room as his mother was pacing around the hallway. He looked at her and gave her the biggest and brightest smile ever and she realized what happened. He did it. He got in. Oh my baby. Boom, that's a wrap. Hey guys, thanks for reading the story and I hope you enjoyed it as I wrote it. I'm busy writing the next chapters of some of my stories and check out my other stories right now called The Loud House, Doujinshi and Blazing Hero, Deku. They're awesome, so please go and check it out. Now, Izuku's about to go to UA and start his road to becoming a hero. Let's see if he can handle it, especially when a teacher is after him during a test. I love you guys and thank you for your time. Review, follow, vote on the poll. Please go check out my other stories and stay healthy. Pixel out. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 5. Show me what can you do. Author's Corner. Keys. Talking. Thinking. Flashback. Text. Phone call. Transformation talking. Omnitrix talking. All Might hero form. Transformation thinking. All Might hero form thinking. Hey guys, Pixel here and here's the next chapter of the Alien Hero, Deku 10. And I'll say this right now, thank you to those who liked and followed the story, as it is you guys who made me to continue the story, as I was not expecting people to read my story and follow it and review it. Now in the last chapter, Izuku takes part of the UA entrance exam, but things don't exactly go his way at first. Chapter 5, Show me what can you do. Rank number 1, Izuku Midoriya, Villain points, 0, Rescue points, 85. Rank number 2, Katsuki Bakugo, Villain points, 77, Rescue points, 0. Rank number 3, Eijiro Kirishima, Villain points, 39, Rescue points, 35. Rank number 4, Ochako Uraraka, Villain points, 28, Rescue points, 35. Rank number 5, Abara Shiozaki, Villain points, 36, Rescue points, 32. Rank number 6, Itsuku Kendo, Villain points, 25, Rescue points, 40. Rank number 7, Tenya Iida, Villain points, 52, Rescue points, 9. Rank number 8, Testutsu, Villain points, 49, Rescue points, 10. Rank number 9, Fumikage Tokiyami, Villain points, 47, Rescue points, 10. Rank number 10, Tsuyu Asui, Villain points, 15, Rescue points, 35. Hey, check out the results from the exam, a teacher said while the panel of judges and teachers watched the results. Wow, the second place student didn't have any rescue points, Hiram. He took down those foes like an ace. When most of the examins were running from the big obstacles, he stayed focused on letting the smaller opponents come close and counter-attacking. That kid is tough, one male in the room spoke. But on the opposite end, the first place student had 0 villain points, the female spoke. He's not the first UA hopeful to take out that giant robot, but it's been a while since I've seen someone take it down with such a great force to take it down in one attack, the male spoke. Yes, and the way he transformed into that 4-armed form of his. It must be one hell of a quirk to have that must power to leave 2 dents on the head of the 0-pointer and to push it all the way back. It's insane. Another male spoke. While everyone was talking about the results, one man stood against the wall and watched Izuku transform and super punch the 0-pointer. Huh, interesting. Dagobah Beach Park, Musutafu, Japan. Time: 7:07 p.m. All Might was standing on the sandy shores of Dagobah Beach as the waves crashed. He was admiring the work of his student. He still couldn't believe the work his student, a formerly quirkless kid with nothing, cleaned the whole beach in 10 months and still participate in an exam on the same day he finished. While watching the ocean, he heard rushing footsteps behind him. He turns and sees Izuku Midoriya running toward him. "Hi All Might," Izuku shouted, which causes Toshi to spit out a lot of blood from his mouth. "Gah, too loud kid," Toshi said as the blood stops gushing out. "All Might's here." "No way." "Where?" All Might and Izuku get started and turn to see a couple on the pier of the beach, clearly on a date as they look around of the number 1 hero when they heard Izuku shouting. "Way go on blowing my cover. Say it was a mistake," Toshi whispered to Izuku, who realized his mistake. "Right. I was just kidding. Nothing to see here," Izuku shouted to the couple on the pier. "Man, that's lame. I wanted an autograph." The couple was displeased from the mistake, Izuku said as they resumed their date. Toshi and Izuku sigh in relief that the couple bait the lie and high-five each other. Congrats on getting in, Toshi said. I couldn't have done it without your help, Izuku replied. Oh, by the way, I didn't tell everyone at UA that I was training you. Only the important people know about you, All Might said, which confused Izuku. Really, I wasn't one of the judges, nor I didn't pull any strings to help you get in. You did that on your own. All Might complimented Izuku, who bowed and sighed in utter relief and happiness. Wow, really? Thanks for telling me that. I'm really glad you did that, Izuku said before he remembered something important. Oh yeah, I was really surprised to hear that you were going to be a teacher at UA. I was wondering what brought you here since your agency, Might Tower, A.N. That is his really agency's name. I did research on him since they never mention it in the anime, is in Minato, Tokyo, and everyone knows. Getting creepy. Izuku was cut off when Toshi stopped him from going full fanboy mode. The school didn't want me to tell anyone about it until they made an official announcement. The two of us meeting was great timing. Originally, I came here to find someone who could hold a candle well, Toshi said as Izuku remembered a few words Toshi said to him on the day they met. I was on the hunt to find someone worthy. So that's it. He was originally going to give it to a UA student, Izuku thought as he looked down to his hands, which the watch showed a little under his sleeve. Someone who's strong, who already has a quirk, Izuku thought until he saw the watch and a question popped into his mind. Your body completely drained mine and left my hand wrecked. And all I did was transform, jump and throw one punch. Or to be accurate, I can't control in my normal or other forms. What do I do? Izuku asked as Toshi turns around and faces Izuku. You'll learn how to control in time, both as you and the other forms. Hoping to master it right away is like asking a baby to run a marathon. You still have to go through the process on learning how to walk. I thought you'll know since you're learning the secrets of the watch, All Might said while pointing to Izuku's wrist. The boy lifts his wrist and looks at the mystery watch that nearly killed him on the day he found it. Yeah. Wait. You knew that the backlash was going to happen? Izuku yelled in confusion as he realized the truth. Well, we're on a time limit and I wasn't too much how it'll affect you and the watch when they're both working together. But it turned out alright. And, now you know what you're dealing with, All Might explained while giving Izuku a thumbs up. Right now, your quirk is either all or nothing. One day, you'll learn how to control your output and how to apply it to those forms of yours, and you'll be able on how to adjust how much power you're using, All Might said while picking up 2 spray cans on the sand. I just need control. Izuku realized the words his teacher was saying. You're overflowing with energy, but I suspect that the watch is either filtering it in the forms so you can handle the backlash better when you're one of them, All Might said as Izuku looked at the watch. Really? Yes, but over time, your body will handle it better, Toshi said as he crushes the cans in his transformed hand as he turned into his hero form. Then it's yours to commend, All Might said while Izuku looked at him in awe before getting serious. Hey look. It is All Might. No way. Where'd he come from? The same couple that was there on their date saw All Might in hero form as the #1 hero started to sweat a bit at his mistake. Right, now we run, All Might said as he runs away from the excited couple. Why yes sir, Izuku said as he runs not too far from him. As the two ran, All Might looked over his shoulder to Izuku and started thinking. The torch I have passed on to you is but a small flame right now. But in time, it will be kindled until you wide a raging inferno. The more powerful you become, the more you'll outshine me. Eventually, I'll retire with my job complete. Woo, deep stuff All Might. All Might thought as the two continued to run, but above them was a small red robot with one big red eye, watching them run before it takes off to the sky. Time skip. April. This time skip was brought to you by Chibi Izuku transforming Wildmud and get patted by Uraraka. Midoriya household, Musutafu, Japan. Time, 7:45 p.m. At the apartment complex, one kid was getting ready of school. Izuku, are you all set? Inko asked as she was at the front door with her son while he was tying his shoes. Yeah, Izuku answered. Are you sure that you didn't pick any action figures this time? Inko asked worriedly. I have everything. Now I gotta go. I don't want to be late, Izuku said, a bit annoyed by his mom's worried side. Izuku! Inko shouted, causing Izuku to stop as he was literally out the door. What? Izuku asked as Inko looked down a bit before she looked at him with tears in her eyes. I'm really proud of you, son, Inko stated, causing Izuku to blush in happiness. I'll see you soon, Izuku said as he left the house, and on his way to UA, Inko stood at the front door a little bit before she placed her hand on her chest. I hope I'm making the right decision, Inko thought before something started to vibrate on the table. She looked down and saw a circular, disc-like object marked with a green hourglass symbol on a black background. She picked the disc from the table and tapped on it as the hourglass glowed. This is plumber operative number 775,789, reporting, Inko said. Ah, good evening Inko, or morning in Japan. A voice spoke through the disc as the hourglass flashed as the voice spoke. Hi, Magister Patelade. How are things? They're good. I just calling in to tell you that Agent Man is on her way to you right now. Estimated time of arrival? In the morning tomorrow. Just as school starts. She'll head to UA and talk to N23 before beginning her mission. Good, cause Iskai should come to the base soon. I have this feeling something bad is coming, Inko said with concern in her voice. Don't worry, we'll monitor the boy right when he arrives at UA, but knowing how your instincts are never wrong. Come to the base today and we'll talk there. Roger. Over and out, Inko said as she turns the disc off and grabbed her purse and started to put on her shoes. I don't know what's your plan, Vilgax, but I'll make you pay off what you and your associate did to Hisashi, Inko thought darkly as she finished putting on her shoes and left the apartment. With Izuku, the acceptance rate at UA was as low as it always was. 1 in 300 to be accurate. 4 people got into the heroic course through recommendations, with Momo being 1. And 36 through the regular exams. They were split into 2 classes of 20 students each. Class 1A 1A 1A. Come on, where is it? Izuku was currently running down the hallways of UA while looking for his homeroom. He kept looking until… Ah, there it is, Izuku said, happy to have found his classroom, but that happiness turned into shock as he saw the size of the door. Oh man. This thing is huge. Are there giants here? Izuku said before grabbing his oversized yellow backpack tightly. The most promising students are waiting behind this door, Izuku said, preparing himself to open the door, but he imagined Bakugo, who looked more savage than even and ready to attack him, and the glasses boy who looked like he was ready to talk down on him. Izuku shook those images out of his head. Maybe we're in different classes. Maybe everyone in here is nice and friendly and… Take your feet off that desk now, huh? Izuku cut himself off when he saw the 2 people he really didn't want to see in the same room as he was in. It's the first day and already you're disrespecting this academy by placing your feet on school property, you hooligan, Glasses Boy said as Bakugo snorted at him. You're kidding me, right? Your old school put a stick up your ass or you were born with it, Bakugo said as Izuku quietly watched the 2 argue. Just my luck, Izuku thought while the blue-haired Glasses Boy was speechless until he made up his mind. Let's start over. I am Tenya Iida from the Same Academy. The now named Iida introduced himself to Bakugo in a diplomatic way. Same, huh? So you must think that you're better than me. I'm gonna have fun kicking your ass, Bakugo relied on, thinking that Iida had challenged him. You would threaten me, your own classmate? Are you sure you're in the right place? Iida asked, taken back from the threat Bakugo gave out. I was threatened in school once on the first day as a guy who was in my grade thought that I was going after his girlfriend at the time when really we're cousins. He didn't last long after my cousin heard about the threat. The 2 paused their argument when they saw Izuku standing at the door. It's him, Iida said as everyone looked to where he was staring at while they were watching the argument and saw Izuku there. Izuku noticed the stairs and immediately got nervous from the stairs. Hi, Izuku greeted to them as Iida started to walk to him. Good morning. I am Tenya Iida from the Same. Why yeah. I know. Izuku cut Iida off as he was introducing himself. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you, Izuku said as everyone's eyes went wide from his name. Izuku Midoriya. Isn't he the one who placed first in the exam? That's the kid. He doesn't seem that powerful. He looks so plain looking. The students were talking among themselves as to how strong Izuku was and why was he in first place, as a few students looked at him and thought differently. It's him. The boy who saved me the exam. He got in like they said he would. Now I can thank him for the save, thought a short girl of a relatively slender build with notably large hands. Her appearance was frog-like. She had a very wide mouth, which dips down a little in the middle just like that of a common frog, and oval-shaped eyes with large, black irises, their lower eyelashes visibly pronounced. Her hair was a dark sea green color, and is very long, reaching all the way to her waist, the ends tied together at the bottom in a bow of hair. She had 2 shoulder-length clumps framing her face, and shorter bangs between her eyes, some of them partially swept to each side. She looked at Izuku while her tongue came out of her mouth a little. So that's him, huh? I'm glad he's here so I can at least get some answers. Maybe he's like me. Another girl thought as she was there in the exam when Izuku transformed and destroyed the 0-pointer and saw that he transformed back to himself. She needed answers. He's in my class. I'm glad he's here, Momo thought. She hadn't heard from Izuku since the exam until the night after the results were released. She got a call from him to apologize for not talking to her for a week. He was scared and stressed that he failed the exam that he couldn't call her. She understood his situation and accepted the apology after he took her out on a fun day around the city and she had fun. Izuku and Iida were talking to themselves as a familiar girl walked behind them. Hey, I recognize that messed up hair. Transforming boy. The two turned to see the brown-haired girl from the exam standing behind Izuku, which startled Izuku and was close to transform before he recognized her and blushed. Oh my gosh. It's one of those girls who needed help. She looks good in that uniform. Izuku thought while missing as to what she was saying. That punch was amazing. The girl said, which she did a punching gusher in the air. Oh hey hi. Oh my gosh. I should probably be thanking you and that other girl for going to the teachers and talking to them, Izuku said while going atomic red, which confused the girl. Huh, how do you know about that? The girl asked in curiosity about the fact he knows. While they were talking, Bakugo was looking at Izuku with hate in his eyes as he remembered what happened 1 month ago. Flashback. March. The two were called in by their teacher to congratulate them for making it into UA. I can't believe we have not one but 2 students from our school heading off to UA, and it's hard to believe that you're one for them, Midoriya. It's a miracle. The teacher complimented Izuku and Bakugo, who the green-haired boy flushed at the compliment while the other looked mad at him. Outside in an alleyway, Bakugo shoved Izuku into a wall while using his quirk on his shoulders. What did you do to pass the exam? You must have cheated somehow, right? Bakugo interrogated Izuku in pure anger, which scared Izuku. I'm supposed to be the first and only student from this crappy school to get into UA, but you went and had to screw that all up and you placed first in the exam. I told you not to apply. Bakugo shouted in anger until he felt something grab his wrist. He looked down and saw Izuku grabbing his right wrist with shaky hands. Kachan. Someone I look up to told me that I can become a hero. That's why I applied. That's why I'm going. They've helped me since something happened to me and supported me to go to UA. That's why I'm going. To make them proud and to reach my dream for being a hero. So like it or not, you can't stop me, Izuku yelled as his eyes showed fire in them. Bakugo looked on until his face felt anger. He punched Izuku in the stomach, and as the boy fell, he blew him up with an explosion to the back that hurt but left no evidence on him. As Izuku laid on the ground, trying to catch his breath, Bakugo just walked away, not once saying a word. End flashback. I'm gonna ruin that little shit. Right after I figure out how he got in, Bakugo thought and looked away from Izuku and the girl as they continued to talk. I wonder what we're doing today besides orientation. I wonder what our teachers are like. Oh, I can't wait to meet everybody. The girl said with bubbly joy in her voice as Izuku tried to make himself invisible from how the girl was talking to him. He looked around and saw Momo and smiled at her as she returned one for her Onake friends that you can pack up your stuff now. A voice interrupted as Izuku got startled while the girl froze and slowly turned around to see a yellow caterpillar with a man face on it on the floor by the door. A.N. Hey, that rhymed. Welcome to UA's hero course, the man said as he unzips from what he was in and drinks a juice box. What is that thing? Izuku, Iida, and the girl thought as the thing turned out to be a man. A slender and tall, pale-skinned man with messy, shoulder-length black hair that was partially hanging in front of his face and had half-opened black eyes. He looked worn out like he just rolled out of bed. He had facial hair but it was unkempt and his eyes almost looked tired and flat. He was sporting a ragged black outfit that consists of a long-sleeved shirt and matching pants that tuck into his boots. He was wearing a utility belt and scarf that looked like wrapping. It took you 8 seconds to shut up. That's not gonna work, time is precious. Rational students would understand that. The man said as he finished getting out what was his sleeping bag. Who is this guy? If he's here then he must be some kind for pro. But he looks so worn out, what's his deal? Izuku thought as the man looked onto the class. Hello. I am Shota Aizawa. Your teacher. The now named Aizawa introduced himself to the class with a tired voice. Our teacher? Izuku thought in shock that this guy was his new teacher. Aizawa goes into his sleeping bag. Alright. Let's get to it. Put these on and head outside. Aizawa said as he pulls out a uniform that was a pair of dark blue pants with white vertical lines going up the legs and a dark blue short-sleeved shirt with white lines that form the letters U and A. The class was confused by the request but did it so as they went to their locker rooms to change. Teacher's Lounge, UA High, Musutafu. Japan. Toshi in his normal form was reading a book called Teacher's Dictionary. UA doesn't follow the academic path all most schools. Get the wrong homeroom teacher and life is hell here. All Might thought as Nezu walked in. Ah, there you are. I was looking for you, Nezu said, entering the room and holding something. Yes sir? All Might said, I think you might want to see this. Nezu said as he hands Toshi a black book with staff records written on it. Outside UA building. What, a quirk assessment test? The class muttered in shock together as they arrived outside to the field where Aizawa was waiting. But orientation. We're gonna miss it. The brown-haired girl said as she stood next to Izuku. If you wanna make it into the big leagues then you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies, Aizawa said, not once facing them as the class were a bit shocked by his words. Here at UA we're not bonded by traditions. That means that I can run my class in any way fit. Aizawa said as he looks back at his class to see the confused looks on most of their faces. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. Aizawa said as he pulls out his phone and showed 8 things in a list. The country still thinks that we're created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day, the Ministry of Education will learn. Aizawa said before turning to Bakugo. Bakugo. You place second place to with the most combat points. What was the farther distance you thrown while you were in junior high? Aizawa asked Bakugo who was mad. Being remaining that he's second to Deku but kept his angry due to answer the question. 67 meters. I think. Bakugo answered as Aizawa pulls out a ball. Okay, try doing it with your quirk, he said as he threw the ball to the walking TNT as he walks to a white circle. Anything goes. Just stay in the circle. Go on. You're wasting our time here, Aizawa instructed Bakugo as he stretches. Alright man. You asked for it, Bakugo said before turning to face the distance he was throwing. I'll add a little heat to my pitch and that'll drop their jaws. Bakugo though while lining up for his pitch. Die! Bakugo shouted as he used his quirk to blow the ball away as Izuku looked a bit scared. Is he saying that to the ball? Or me? All of you need to know you maximize capabilities, Aizawa said as the ball drops to the ground and his device records it. It that most rational way of thinking as a pro hero, Aizawa said before showing the class Bakugo's score. 705.2 meters, whoa, 705 meters. Are you kidding me? One kid said. He had blonde hair with a black lightning strike streak on it. I wanna go. That looks like fun, one girl said. This girl was the one who on the floor had skin that was a light shade of pink. And she has rather square eyes, her sclera was black while her irises were bright yellow, with notably long eyelashes below and around the sides. Her face is framed by short hair, fluffy and unruly, which is a pleasant pink color, slightly darker than that of her skin. She had 2 thin, pale yellow horns protruding from her head, hooked squarely and leaning diagonally to opposite sides, which are seen to be slightly flexible, able to bend a little to each side. Ah yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Using our quirks as much as we want. One kid said. He had large elbows and an ever-present grin on his face. The rest of the class start saying that this will be fun while Aizawa started to get pissed, which Izuku noticed. "So this looks fun, huh?" Aizawa said in a monotone voice as Izuku get a bit nervous. "You have 3 years here to become real heroes. You think it's gonna be fun and playtime?" Aizawa said as no one answered because the students were caught off guard by his tone. Aizawa suddenly grins. "Idiots. Today, you'll be competing in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately." Aizawa finishes as the class goes into shocking mode. If one of them ends up in last place, then they're out. "Crap. He got Aizawa," All Might said while slapping his head. He and Nezu were looking into the staff records to see what their little student was and saw that he was in the hardest class. "Now you see why he requested young Izuku to be in his class," Nezu said as he remembered the day Aizawa came into his office and requested to have Izuku in it. "I know. He'll single young Midoriya out from the start," Toshi said as he knows how crazy Aizawa's classes get. "Perhaps we should watch over him to see if he can handle the pressure," Nezu suggested as he needed to see if Izuku can handle this and not get expelled. "Good idea," Toshi said, and the two left the room. Immediate expulsion. 8 tests. Oh, crap, not good. Izuku as he looks at the watch while his hand shook from the nerves. He could swear that the watch felt tighter than it actually is. "I can only use OFA at either 100% or none right now, plus I don't know how to factor it in with my forms yet," Izuku thought. "As I said, I get to decide how I run this class." Izuku looked at his teacher to see that he lifted his hair and showed a crazed look. "Understand. If you got a problem with it, you can head home right now," Aizawa said as the students looked nervous, ready, confident, or scared. Izuku looked at Aizawa before he got a determined look on his face. "You can't send one of us home. We just got here. Even if it wasn't the first day. It's not fair." Izuku turned to see the brown-haired girl as she spoke her mind to Aizawa. "Oh, and you think natural disasters are?" Aizawa shot back, causing the students to be quiet. "Or power-hungry villains? Or catastrophic accidents that wipe out cities? No, the world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, then you're gonna have to push yourself to the point. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one hardship at you one after the other. So, go beyond. Plus ultra style. Show what you can do," Aizawa said as Iida takes out his water bottle and drinks from it while thinking. "I don't approve for this hazing, but UA is the top hero program. I have no choose." Iida though drink while Bakugo was rolling his arm around. "Time to blow these nerds away and show that I'm the best here," Bakugo thought as the brown-haired girl looked serious. "Now then. We're wasting time just by talking. Let the games begin," Aizawa said as Izuku looked at his watch. Insert music. My Hero Academia Ost. Combat Training, Sento Kunren. Test 150 meters dash, runners on your marks. A robot with a camera for a face said as Iida and the girl with the frog girl lined up at the start. A bullet sound went off and the two raced as Iida ran at fast speeds and crossed the finish line first with his time at 03.04 seconds, with the girl not too far behind him with her time at 05.58 seconds. "At 50 meters, I can only get up to 3rd gear, Iida though. Tenya Iida Orc. Engine, his legs are pretty damn fast." "Well, at least he's in his element," Aizawa commented. "But speed won't help him in every test," Aizawa said as the next racers lined up to the start. "I'll light up my clothes. Oh, and my shoes too," the brown-haired girl said as she taps her clothes and shoes. "Ochako Uraraka work, 0 gravity. And start," the robot said as the girl named Uraraka runs. "She can nullify the gravity of anything she touches, but if she uses her power too much, she'll throw up." As the race ended, Uraraka crossed the line second with a time of 07.05 seconds. Well, at least that faster than in junior high, Uraraka thought, happy with her results. The pair to race was the pink-skinned girl and the blonde French dude from the exam as he turns around. "Nice attempts. But you're not showing enough style," he said as he bent a bit while facing the wrong way. He jumps and shoots a laser which pushes him at a fast speed. "Yuga Aoyama Orc. Naval laser, that's right. A belly button laser." He loses speed and momentum as he falls to the ground and the pink-skinned girl skates by him as he gets up and shoots again. But he can shoot it forever. Aoyama's time was 05.51 seconds. Shooting my lovely laser of more than a second hurts my tummy. Aoyama explained his one weakness like it was nothing as everyone looked at him. What a tool. Testing themselves to push their limits helps me acid in helping in room of growth. It becomes clear on what they can and can't do, Aizawa thought as the last two runners, Izuku and Bakugo, lined up. Bakugo got into position while Izuku just stood there and went to the watch. Bakugo looked at him as he heard a beep and saw Izuku playing with the watch. What the hell is the nerd doing? Bakugo thought as he got ready and the other watched Izuku. Hey, what is the green-haired kid doing? A kid with red-haired asked as he saw Izuku playing with the watch. I don't know, but this gotta be good. The blonde-haired kid with the lightning strike on it said. Get ready. Start. BWOO. Bang. 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 Bakugo used his quirk to propel himself forward and he thought that he had beaten Izuku, but a green flash hit where Izuku was standing and a green blur passed by him and crossed the finish line first at a time of 1 o'clock seconds while he got a 04.13 seconds. The students were in utter shock at the record of the speed that was just witnessed as they looked to see how did Izuku do it. They watched as the dust cleared and saw something that resembled a semi-armored velociraptor. This thing had black orbs on his feet and wears a black conoid helmet with a visor with green lines on it. Oh, man. What a rush. The form spoke as its visor came up and everyone can see that he had a blue face, green eyes, black lips, and freckles on its cheeks. He was tall and lean. He has 4 blue stripes on his tail and was wearing the same uniform that everyone else was wearing. Everyone was shocked to say anything. The boys thought that the record was impressive. Iida looked at Izuku and then at his hands. He beat my record like it was nothing. He is better than me, Iida thought. He finally transformed, Uraraka said, happy that Izuku transformed but was shocked when he transformed to another form. What speed! His quirk is powerful. Momo thought after seeing Izuku transform and show such speed. She wanted to know more about his quirk. A Kineseleran, I thought that he was a Tetraman. No, something's up. And I'll get the answers from him later. One girl thought as she really needed answers now. What the fuck was that? Bakugo thought as he was in a state of shock, confusion, and anger as he saw the time and form Izuku was in. If he had a quirk, he would have gotten it when we were kids. This should be possible. No, he's up to something and it has to do with that watch. Bakugo thought as he was shaking in anger. Interesting. He's fast, but I feel like there's more to him than that. I had to keep my eye on him. One boy thought. He was reasonably tall, rather muscular. He had quite long hair, though it doesn't pass his neck, and wears bangs, parted twice as to not obscure his vision. His hair was evenly split between 2 colors, white on his right side and crimson red on his left, this unusual coloring being due to his quirk. As another result of this, he also possesses heterochromia iridium, which caused his left eye's iris to appear turquoise, while his right was a somewhat brownish dark gray. His eyes, in shape, are quite thin and reserved, and he also has a large burn scar on the left side of his face, which reaches from his hairline to halfway down his cheek. Even though I used XLR8 for this, I didn't feel OFA at all. How can I call it in my forms? Izuku asked himself when he remembered the conversation he had with Toshi the night he got his results. You'll get it one day. Both in form and in yourself. All Might said as Izuku tapped the faceplate and transformed back into himself and had a determined look on his face. Aizawa looked at Izuku and had a scowl on his face. He's not going full out. I have to break him to do it, Aizawa thought. Test 2. Grip strength. In a gym. The students were busy doing the grip strength test as they were busy gripping the machine. Wow. You hit 540 kilograms. You're a beast. The kid with the large elbows complimented a classmate who was tall and had a mask on. He had multiple limbs on his arms as he used them to clock in his strength. Yeah, you're a muscle octopus. Another kid said. He was the shortest out of all of them and he had purple balls for hair. Izuku turned on the watch as he was scrolling through the select wheel. He went past forms until he saw the face of the 4-armed one. Okay, let's go, Izuku said as he slams down onto the watch and started to transform. But instead of veins coursing to his arm, he had green stripes that resemble circuitry going all around him. His skin started to turn black as the green stripes continued to go over him until one green circle on his head as his body stretched and reformed into something that looked machinery. When the transformation finished, he had a black exterior with a green circle on his head as his eye, which glows whenever he talks, and his body had the green circuitry stripes all over him. Izuku's front torso was green with black circuitry patterns and the watch's symbol on his chest. What? Upgrade. I thought I hit on 4 arms. Izuku spoke in his normal voice, but it sounded like he was talking through a radio as the circle glowed while he was talking. Well, I can work with this. Upgrade said as he grabs the grip machine and went into it. Everyone looked at where Izuku was and to see that he wasn't there, and they saw the grip machine on the floor, but they saw that it was different from theirs. This one looked more upgraded and it was black and green. They looked around to see where Izuku was. Hey, where'd that green-haired kid go? The red-haired asked. I'm down here. Everyone looked down to the grip machine as they heard Izuku speaking from the machine. Midoriya, is that you? Iida asked. Yes, it's me. Can someone hold me while I do my test? Izuku asked once the frog-looking girl named Tsuyu Asui stepped forward. I'll do it. Tsuyu said as she picked Izuku up and saw the numbers go up until they stopped at 999 kilogram. How is that Parge Elbows kid said in shock. Is that even allowed? The kid with the balls of hair asked. Well, he is using his quirk and he is technically the grip measure machine. So I guess it's legal. Iida said as Izuku stepped out of the machine and tapped the watch to return to normal. TT, thanks for holding me. Izuku thanked Asui while feeling embarrassed from the fact that a girl was holding him. No problem. It's the least I can do. Kiro asterisk, Asui said as Bakugo looked at Izuku with rage on his face. Deku. He hissed out the name he gave Izuku many years ago. Test 3. Standing long jump. The class returned outside to a sandpit so they can do the long jump test. Some of them did well here, like the laser boy who used his naval laser to shoot across the sandpit. Bakugo to push himself off the ground and fly through the air. Asui jumped over the sandpit using her jumping skills and cleared the pit as well. Izuku transformed again, but this time into Heat Blast. He shot fire from his hands and soared through the sky and cleared not just the sandpit but landed on the other side of the field. The duo-haired kid grabbed his left arm when he saw Heat Blast fly in the air and use fire to do it. Izuku transformed back to himself and started to think about his time. Okay, so I used 3 forms and it took them a minute to use. So I think I have about 6 minutes left on my time and about 3 for recharge. I think I should do some of test as me. Izuku thought as he reached the others. Test 4. Repeated side steps. One student was great at this as he used the balls on his head and bounced from the side to side at a great speed. Bakugo used his quirk to shoot from side to side, but it was nothing compared to Izuku, who used XLR8 again and was an afterimage as he used the sheer speed of XLR8 and left a huge trench after he was done. End music. Test 5. Ball throw. Izuku, who transformed back to himself, watched his classmates throw the ball in different uses. Some impressed him, like Momo, who made a cannon from her body and shot the ball, earning 875.5 meters. He was happy for her score, but unfortunately, not really. Izuku was one of the few that saw her breasts as she opened her jacket to use her quirk to its fullest. As Momo started to walk back to the group, she noticed that Izuku was looking away with a blush on his face. Izuku looked at her a little as she smiled and winked at him, which caused him to stutter and have steam come out of his head. She loved his reaction. She discovered that if she teased Izuku, he would not function well and start to hide himself, and she loved his reaction as it proved to her that Izuku's isn't a pervert and that he was innocent. Uraraka was up next and she used her quirk to take away the gravity of the ball and casually threw the ball in the air as it flew. It continued to fly until infinity. The class shouted at the record that Uraraka set while Bakugo started to really shake in anger. These extras are beating me. Who do they think they are? I'm supposed to be the best. Me? Bakugo thought as Izuku's turn was next. The boy went to the circle and started to scroll through the selections to pick his next form. The class looked at him as they were wondering what will he transform into next. So, what do you think he'll turn into next? A petite girl with long earlobes with ox jacks on the ends asked. I don't know, but he must have something strong since we only got 3 quirks from him, the red-haired kid said with an excited grin on his face. He does. They turned to Uraraka, who had an excited look on her face. He turned into that 4-armed form of his and saved me and that other girl from the Zero Ponitor, Uraraka said as the red-haired kid looked at her in shock. What? Seriously? He said as he heard about that a person with 4 arms punched the giant robot with 1 punch. He saw the other kid with extra limbs on his arms and assumed that to his surprise, he said it wasn't him who did. Bakugo was really mad. He never thought that Deku, useless Deku, could beat him in not 1, not 2, not 3 but 4 tests. He didn't get his useless parents' quirks, and to see him with a quirk that was actually more powerful and stronger than he was not right. He knew that it had something to do with the watch, obviously. He was that observant. He watched as Izuku was looking at a floating circle on the faceplate as the faceplate slid back and slammed down on it and transformed. What he didn't know as to how it factored into his quirk. I'm gonna get my answers from him. Even if I had to kill him to get it or break that stupid watch to do it. Bakugo swore to himself as a green flash appeared and Izuku vanished in it. That remained the class that Izuku was full of surprises. Yes. Finally, I got 4 arms. Izuku shouted as he was in 4-arm, which he was wearing the PE uniform and his fingerless gloves. Okay, that's it. I give up. How many quirks does the guy have? The blonde-haired kid with the lightning strike on it threw his arms up. It's him. He's the one who punched that robot. The masked kid said. He witnessed the event in person. 4 arms went to the circle and lined his pitch up. AAHHH. 4 arms threw the ball his might as a shock wave to happen, causing everyone to shield their eyes from the force. As the wind started to die down, they saw Izuku standing waiting for his result. He didn't have to wait long as a beep rang from Aizawa's phone and he looked at it and started to get mad. He showed the class Izuku's record. 889.9 meters. Whoa, that's insane. A guy with thick lips said while looking at Izuku's score. Yes, he's finally shown us his true power, Uraraka said, happy that her savior had shown his strength. It appears that his quirk is very useful in different situations, Iida said while analyzing Izuku's form. It wasn't a pretty throw, Aoyama said while sparkles were around for some reason. Bakugo was getting closer to blowing his fuse as he saw Izuku's score. That little shit beat me again. Damn it. There's the Tetraman form for his. But why is this one the normal red instead of the green one I saw in the exam? One girl thought as she really needed answers now. As Izuku was about to step out of the circle, a cloth wrapped around his legs, causing him to fall, which caused a noise since he was big. What the? Izuku said before he looked at where the wrapping started and saw Mr. Aizawa looking at him with his eyes glowing red and giving Izuku a nasty glare while his hair was floating in the air. Izuku Midoriya placed number 1 in the entrance exam with a score of 85 rescue point and no combat points. Your quirk. Unstable genetics, but here's 2 things I find funny. 1. You were registered as quirkless since you were younger until last month, that is, and 2. Why can't I erase your quirk? Aizawa said as Izuku looked confused. You tried to do what? Izuku asked before noticing a pair of yellow goggles around Aizawa's neck. Wait. Those goggles. I know you. You look at someone and cancel out their powers. You're the underground hero. The eraser hero. Eraserhead, Izuku said as the faceplate on his shoulder started to flash red. Eraserhead? Who's that? Oh, I think I heard of him. He works on the down low. While the students were talking among themselves, Nezu and All Might were watching next to far from them behind a building. Aizawa is one of those guys who didn't like the media cause he thinks they interfere with our work. And he judges celebrity heroes like me because I look great in the spotlight. All Might thought while Aizawa was still looking down at Izuku. You have been holding back this entire test, Aizawa said as the beeping from the faceplate began. Beep 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 BWOO. Everyone closed their eyes from the red flash that went off from Izuku when the beeping stopped. They opened their eyes and see Izuku back in his normal form. He's been holding back. The class muttered in shock together while Aizawa ignored them and faced Izuku. I saw your exam. You used a different power-up to take on the zero-pointer, And from what I saw just now, you can't call it AES your form. And I saw the backlash it had on you and your time limit. Are you planning on breaking your bones again and waiting on someone to come and save you after you knock yourself out? Aizawa asked as Izuku was taken back from his question. What? No, that's not it at all. Izuku yelled as Aizawa wrapped him up again and brought Izuku to him closer. No matter how powerful you are, you're nothing than a liability in battle if you can't even control your full quirk. Imagine if your support item went offline and you couldn't control your full quirk in your normal form. Then what? Aizawa said as Izuku's eyes went wide at the question since it happened already to him. You have the same passion as another hero I regretful know. One who saved 1,000 people by himself and became a legend. Aizawa said as he looks over his shoulder a bit and sees All Might peeping over the corner. But even with that drive, you're worthless if you can't control your full strength and break down after going full out and throwing this single attack. Aizawa said before looking down to Izuku once more. Sorry, Midoriya. But even with your power and skills, you can never become a hero. Aizawa said as Izuku's eyes widened before glaring right back at Aizawa. Aizawa released Izuku, who looked down as his hair fell and closed his eyes. It's pointless to me to use my quirk on you since you aren't affected by it, but I returned it anyway. Take the throw Agazan and don't hold back. Aizawa said as he starts to walk away a bit but stops. And Midoriya? Izuku looks at him. Yes sir? Izuku asked. Surprise me with something new. Aizawa said before throwing another ball to Izuku as the boy looked shocked a bit but walks back to the circle and looked at the ball. I wonder what the teacher told him, Iida asked, wondering what the two were talking about. He probably told him to get lost and fuck off. Bakugo said with hate in his voice as Aoyama was talking to Uraraka, who didn't know who he was. I got one shot at this, but the watch is in the red and I have no control of OFA yet. Izuku whispered to himself as Aizawa looked on. Is he going to continue to hold back and get expelled or go full out and forfeit the rest of the exam like a fool? Aizawa thought as he applies eye drops to his eyes. Either way, he doesn't belong here. Izuku continued to look down and try to come up with some form for plan. Should I just use OFA and lose the rest of the tests or think of some way to do this? Izuku thought as Bakugo was getting mad. Hurry the fuck up you useless Deku. Hurry up so we can see you leave. Bakugo roared out while letting an explosion out. He was ready to blow Izuku up as Aizawa glared at Bakugo and that to Izuku for holding up the line. Izuku was about to panic and give up when beep. Insert music. My Hero Academia asked. You say run. He heard a miracle. He looked down and saw the watch was back on the green and rushed through the selection bar as he was looking for 4 arms again. Please let this work. Izuku thought as he slammed down on the watch's button, but it didn't go as lighting surged a bit and as a green flash appeared and Izuku vanished in it. Izuku felt energy rush through him as he was changing. Aizawa and everyone else had to close their eyes to protect them from the bright light. They opened their eyes as the flash stopped. They looked to the place where Izuku was and all were shocked to see a humanoid dinosaur-like creature, with dark blue armor. He was burly and muscular. He had camo green skin and was wearing a helmet that had 3 silver spikes running down the top, and 2 downward-pointing black horns on the sides. His back armor had long spikes running down each side. His plated chest and torso are dark blue with 5 spikes on each end and his tail has a blue mace on the end of it, with silver spikes. And on his knuckles were silver barrels on them, the watch's symbol on his chest. Izuku looked down to himself and saw that he was someone different and new. Whoa, who's this guy? I thought that I hit on 4 arms. Izuku said as everyone was shocked at the new form. Whoa, what the hell is that? The short purple-haired kid shouted in fear of how scary Izuku looked. I don't know man. The blonde-haired kid with the lightning strike on it said with equal fear. Whoa! The girl with the earjacks said in shock. Izuku. What is that? Momo thought while she saw Izuku's new form. What form is that? It looks familiar but I can't tell what species he is. The girl thought as he watched Izuku. Quick, get me the ball. Izuku said as Aizawa picked up the ball and Izuku held it as he lined up the pitch. As he was about to throw the ball, green lighting surged around him as his hand had familiar red vein-like lines and Izuku shouted a phrase he knew too well. Smash! Izuku yelled out as the ball soared through the sky and caused a massive shockwave that pushed everyone to the ground. Izuku's right hand looked like it had better hands as it looked broken and bleeding from the backlash of OFA. Aizawa heard a beeping sound from his phone. He looked at it and his eyes went wide from what he saw. Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa looked up and saw Izuku looking down to him with a toothy grin on his face. As you can see, I'm still standing, Izuku said while clutching his hand. Aizawa gave Izuku a satisfied smile. This kid, Aizawa said as he got up and showed the class Izuku's new score. 104 kilometers. End music. What? He threw it over 100 kilometers. The class shouted at the score. That's so manly. Yes, he did it. He unleashed his full power. Uraraka shouted in pure joy as she saw the record. Momo felt relief at Izuku's new score but that turned to shock at the sight of his hand. Tsuyu and the other girls sighed in relief as well. Yes, but at what cost? He got the same backlash just like in the exam. His quirk is not strange. Ida said. Bakugo was back in the state of shock, confusion, and anger he was in earlier when he saw Izuku's score. His hands were popping as Izuku tapped the faceplate and returned to normal with some lighting sparking off his chest. That's it, Deku, you fuck! Bakugo shouted as he rushed to Izuku as the poor boy saw Bakugo rushing to him with his hand out, using his quirk to blow him up. Bakugo grabbed Izuku's left wrist where the watch was and pinned him to the ground. Tell me how you did that, or are you fucking dead? Bakugo demanded as Izuku cried out in pain as his hand was in the wrong position and couldn't say a word. I said, tell how you did that, or are you fucking dead? Is it this stupid watch that gave you a quirk? Bakugo shouted at Izuku, before Izuku could answer. The two saw the watch start to beep as energy coursed off the watch until beep bomb. A massive feedback of green energy blew Bakugo off Izuku and set him flying to the air and fell to the ground hard as Izuku flew as well but skid on the ground a bit. Izuku got up and saw Bakugo on the ground not too far from the class as he started to stir. Bakuogu looked up and he had a look that he wanted to kill Izuku so bad. Izuku looked at the watch and saw it was in the green and was ready. Deku. Bakugo hissed out the nickname and charged to Izuku again as Izuku was close to transforming. But before he could, Aizawa threw his wrapping onto Bakugo, causing the TNT to stop moving. What? Why's your damn scarf was strong? Bakugo asked as Aizawa was glaring at Bakugo with his eyes glowing red and giving him the same nasty glare while his hair was floating in the air. Because it's a capture weapon that is made from carbon fiber and a special metal alloy. Aizawa answered as he looked at him. Stand down. I'll give this one time free, but if you attack anyone, on or off campus, I will expel you. Understood? Aizawa said as Bakugo was taken back from this. No one stood up of Deku during their times in school. Did the teachers at UA have a backbone? Aizawa released Bakugo as Izuku walked by him as he remembered the times they hung out together as kids. Everyone was stunned by Bakugo's attack. Momo looked at him in shouting, what unhero-like behavior. He seems to know Izuku-kun well and judging by his reaction and attack to Izuku, he doesn't like him. Momo thought as she walks to her friend, seeing that he was in pain. Is your hand alright, Izuku-kun? Momo asked. Iida and Uraraka were coming to him as well. Why yeah, it's fine, Izuku said before he hissed in pain. Please, allow me to help you, Izuku-kun, Momo said as she started to make bandages. Until the exam, he was nothing but a bug. A bug that could have crushed if I wanted to, but now, he's a fucking lion. Bakugo thought as he watched Momo help Izuku with his hand. The rest of the tests were easier for Izuku. He only needs XLR8. He blazed through the sit-ups at a great speed. The seated toe touch thanks to the surprising flexibility of XLR8 and the long-distance running but lost to Momo when he timed out in the last part. Alright, time to give you your results. I've rated you from best to worst and took in some factors have and then to have balanced the results out. You should probably have a good idea to where you're standing is already. I'll pull up the whole list since it'll be a waste to go through it one by one. Aizawa said as he used his phone and made a hologram screen. Please don't let it be me, please don't let it be me, please don't let it be me. Izuku thought as he opened his eyes and saw the list. Number 1. Izuku Midoriya. Number 2. Momo Yayorozu. Number 3. Shoto Todoroki. Number 4. Katsuki Bakugo. Number 5. Tenya Iida. Number 6. Fumikage Tokuyomi. Number 7. Mezzo Shoji. Number 8. Mashirao Ojiro. Number 9. Eijiro Kirishima. Number 10. Mina Ishido. Number 11. Ochako Uraraka. Number 12. Koji Koda. Number 13. Rikido Sato. Number 14. Suyu Asui. Number 15. Yuga Oyama. Number 16. Hanta Siro. Number 17. Denki Kaminari. Number 18. Kyoka Jiru. Number 19. Toru Hagakure. Number 20. Minoru Mineta. Izuku's eyes went wide. He got first, again. I don't believe it, Izuku said in shock as he felt someone grab his shoulder and turned to see Momo, smiling at him. Congratulations, Izuku. I knew you could do it, she said as Izuku blushed. TT, thanks Momo. I have TT to thank you for helping me with my injury. I wouldn't have continued if you didn't help me out. And you too for placing second, Izuku said with a smile as Momo looked at him. Something inside her felt warm when she heard him say that as she looked at that smile of his. Too cute. Wait, what? She thought. Before anyone could talk, they heard a panic scream. They turned to see the purple-haired kid who was running around in panic mode. No, I can't leave until. I haven't even get a girl to like me yet, the kid shouted as he cried. Blood? A.N. I was shocked when I saw Mineta crying blood during the exam. I mean, how is that possible? Oh, and no one's going home. That was a lie to force you to push yourselves beyond, Aizawa said casually as everyone, except Momo, Bakugo, the two-toned kid and Izuku to freeze and look at him in comedic shock. What, of course. It was a lie. I should have said something about it, Momo said while turning to Izuku who sighed a breath of relief out before she smirks as an idea came to her head. Oh, he knew too, Momo said while pointing to Izuku who looked at her in shock before turning to the class and saw some of them glaring at him. Seriously? Izuku asked as Momo giggled at his reaction. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. You're too easy to tease, Momo said as one girl heard that and smirked. Okay, that's it for today. Pick up a syllabus and read it before tomorrow morning, Aizawa said as he started to walk as Izuku rooked in big breath. Midoriya. Izuku turned and saw Aizawa look at him. Well done today, you impressed me. Keep up the work, problem child. Oh, and go to the old lady and get patched up. You'll need it cause tomorrow. Things will get hectic when you start to actually train, Aizawa said as he was walking away but. Sir, he turns to see the pink-skinned girl walking to them. Yes? Aizawa asked. Is it okay if I walk with him to the nurse's office? I need to get my feet checked since I might have burned them with my acid. The girl asked as Aizawa looked at her. Such whatever, Aizawa said as she walked away to the building. Come on. Let's go, the girl said as she grabbed Izuku's arm and started dragging him to the nurse's office as Momo, Uraraka, Suyu looked at them walking away before they walked to the locker rooms to change. Aizawa was walking by the gym until, Aizawa. That was a rotten move. Aizawa turned to see All Might standing next to him. All Might, so you were watching? No talk shows today? He asked. Yes, we were. Now, we need to talk, All Might said as Aizawa wasn't looking at him. Look, I can do what I have. Wait, did you say, we? Aizawa asked as the words All Might said caught up with his mind. Yes, we. A voice popped from All Might's shoulder and Aizawa looked up to see News, his boss on All Might's shoulder. PP Principal Nezu, Aizawa said, hesitantly from the sight of his boss. Hello Shota. We need to talk about something with you, your class and Izuku Midoriya. With Izuku, Izuku was walking with the pink-skinned girl to the nurse's office in silence. This is so awkward, Izuku thought as they continued to walk until. So, how's UA been for you? The girl asked Izuku. Well, it's been good so far. Even if our teacher tired to lie to us, Izuku said, still remembering the words Aizawa told him. I know right, I was so worried that I was going to fail but I'm glad I got through, the girl said with a grin. Why yeah. Hey, I didn't get your name, Izuku said, realized that they never introduced each other. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm Mina Ishido, The now named Mina introduced herself to Izuku. And I'm Izuku. I know. I heard you say your name this morning. Mina cuts Izuku off as he was introducing himself. Oh, right, sorry, Izuku said as the two were getting close to the nurses. Hey Midori, Mina said, which caught Izuku's attention. Why yeah? Can I ask you a question? Mina asked. Sure. Izuku said as Mina suddenly pushed Izuku under the stairs and pinned him between the wall with her arms, and she looked straight into his eyes. Where did you find the Omnitrix? Mina asked as Izuku looking confused. Huh? To be continued. Boom, that's a wrap and cliffhanger. This is the longest chapter I've written so far, and I feel good to write more of it, but I wanted to leave you on suspense. Izuku survives the first day, but Mina knows Izuku's secret. Will he be able to explain this to her, and how does she know about the watch? Find out next time. I love you guys and thank you for your time. Leave your reviews and I'll reply them in the next chapter. Review, follow, vote on the poll. Please go check out my other stories and stay healthy. I'm Pixel and have a good day. Night Pixel out. Comment. 3 comment vote Chapter 6. Rage on, Aliens vs Explosions Round 1. Keys. Talking. Thinking, flashback, text, phone call. Transformation talking. Omnitrix talking, All Might hero form. Transformation thinking, All Might hero form thinking. Huh? Izuku was under a set of stairs in UA with a girl with pink skin and horns on her head as she looks into his eyes with her eyes. He was confused, shocked, and scared when she asked a question that most people didn't know. I asked, where did you get the watch? Mina asked while staring into Izuku's soul. I don't know what why you're talking about, Izuku said, really not knowing what she was talking about but feeling shy and nervous due to her staring at him and being pinned by her arms. The watch. I'm talking about the watch, Mina said in a serious tone as Izuku went paled. What? How does she know about the watch? Was she there that night that the watch fell from the sky and saw me there? Izuku thought about the possibilities as to how this girl he just met know the watch. From how you're reacting and the fact you haven't answered my question yet, you don't know what's on your wrist, do you? Mina asked. I don't know what you were talking about, Izuku said about as Mina sighed. She looked around and saw no one was around. Okay, look, I'm going to tell you some things that a human should never hear, and I need YT you'll never tell a soul, Mina said as she again looks into Izuku's eyes. Well. I don't swear, Mina glowered out as she cut Izuku off. Okay, Izuku squealed out, good. Now sit, Mina commended as the two sat down on the ground and faced each other. And to start things off, I'm Mina, Mintoka, Ishido, and I'm an alien, Mina said. Izuku was looking at her with an expression that said, confused, stunned and… What? Izuku asked. I said I'm an alien. Well, technically I'm half alien and half human. I'm an alien hybrid, Mina said. Wait, what? Aliens, hybrids. I'm sorry, but what? Izuku said, more confused by what she was saying. I guess I should start in the beginning, huh? Have you ever looked up into the stars at night and ever thought if there were any living life forms out there? Mina asked as she looked to the sky as it was turning orange. Why yeah. Every night, Izuku answered while looking to the sky. He's always wondered if there was anyone out there. Well, there are. What? Izuku turned to Mina to face her. There are. Millions of different species are on their own planet, living together in harmony, Mina said with a smile. There are? Izuku asked. Yup. Each species is unique in its own way and I'm from two. Yours and my daddy's, Mina said. Your dad? Wait, your dad's an alien? Izuku asked. Yup. He was. He's Earth. You see, my mom is human while my daddy is a Kraho. An alien species that can stretch their limbs at great lengths. My mom met my dad and the two got together. My mom's quirk is acidic blood, which means that my mom's blood is acidic while my daddy is quirkless since he's an alien. When I was born, my mom's quirk and my dad's alien biology mixed and masked together and gave me, well, this, Mina said as she shoots a stream of acid from her fingers and landed on the floor. Wow, but why did you get the acidic part from your mom and why not your dad's abilities? Izuku asked. I don't know. I did get his pink skin, the horns came from him, but on my dad, it's his eyebrows. His eyebrows? Yeah, His horns are his eyebrows and that's it. I got my quirk from my mom and her eyes and fluffy hair. Mina said as Izuku nodded. His new classmate was an alien. Well, half one anyway. So, how do you know of this? Izuku asked as he lifts the watch, or now known as the Omnitrix, as Mina giggled. Who doesn't? I mean, it's the most powerful piece of technology in the known 7 universes. Mina said as Izuku's eyes went widen. Most powerful 7 universes. Izuku was in shock. He had the most powerful device on his wrist and it was known in 7 different universes. He started to sweat. He knew that the watch was powerful from what Power Loader told him, but he didn't think that the watch was this powerful. I can't let this thing get broke or I'm screwed, Izuku mentally shouted. Mina noticed Izuku's state. Hey, you okay? Mina asked while waving her hand over Izuku's face. Izuku blinked a few times and noticed Mina, who was close to him. Ah ha ha ha. I'm fine, Izuku said while blushing and looking away. Anyway. How famous is this WWW watch? Izuku asked while stuttering. Mina looked at him a bit before she remembered what they were talking about. Oh right. Anyway, the Omnitrix is a piece of technology that gives the user that ability to transform into different alien forms. Mina said as Izuku looked down at the Omnitrix in awe. Really? Izuku asked. Yup. Although, I don't know how many species are in there. How many do you know, Midoriya? Mina asked. I thought I know. The last time I checked was 10, but after today, I don't know, Izuku said with Mina raising an eyebrow. Really, you don't know? Mina said. Yeah, after I transformed into that big dinosaur-looking alien, I didn't know I had him. I think I got many that I know now, Izuku said as he remembered something that happened on the day of the entrance exam. Function reboot. Translator resorted. Playlist 1 resorted. Playlist 2 added. Playlist 3 added. Scan and catch function resorted. Recognizing DN a sample as one of all. New feature added. One of all added. Did OFA do something that caused me into getting that guy? How many new guys do I have now? Izuku thought while looking at the watch again, and he saw green lighting jump from it to him, but he felt warmth from it instead of pain. So, I have a piece of alien technology on my wrist. Yup. And it's well known. Izuku said. Yeah, but I only heard about it from my dad when I overheard him talking to someone. I thought it was a myth until I saw you transform. Last time I heard. It was destroyed by the creator of it, Mina said. Destroyed? By its creator? Who is the creator of the Omnitrix? Izuku asked. I don't know. All I know is that that watch is a curse. It brings trouble wherever it goes and I won't be the one having it, Mina said. A curse, Izuku said while grabbing his wrist. Yup. Anyone who knows of the Omnitrix's true capabilities would try to take it from you and use it for themselves. Mina said as Izuku looked down to the floor and started to shake. Just as the world started to be nice to him, he finds out that something on him is a curse and it'll bring trouble to him. Mina noticed the shaking and she got a bit worried about it. Maybe I put too much info onto him. Maybe I should calm him down, Mina thought as she leaned toward Izuku and puts her hand on his shoulder. Izuku jolted when he felt a hand touching his shoulder. He looked up and saw Mina looking at him with concern on her face. Midoriya, you okay? Mina asked, but Izuku just said nothing but looked down. Mina felt really bad. All she wanted to know as to how did Izuku get the Omnitrix. She knew that she needed to make him feel better. She started to think about how to cheer Izuku up. A light bulb appeared over her head. She had an idea. She looked at Izuku. But you know, Mina started as Izuku looked at her. I think you have a fighting chance, Mina said as Izuku looked at her, confused. What? Izuku said. I mean that you have a fighting chance in case something or someone comes after you for the watch. You have a quirk and I think it can work with your forms when you use it in battle so you can fight better. Now from what I saw, your quirk is powerful if it makes your aliens stronger and in different forms, Mina said. She watched as Izuku slowly looked up at her and she smiled, happy that her idea worked. Really? Izuku asked. Yeah, whatever your quirk it is. It's the game changer you need, Mina said with a smile. Izuku looked at her and saw no deception in her tone and expression. Over the years for being quirkless, Izuku picked up on reading people and seeing if they're lying or not. His mom is the only one he doesn't read on since he trusts her, but it wouldn't have mattered even if he read her since, thanks to the plumber training, she's unreadable. Izuku let a small genuine smile as the words Mina said touched him. Thanks. I needed that. Izuku said. No problem, it's my fault for putting pressure on you. Mina said while rubbing her head. No, thank you for telling me what the watch. No Omnitrix really is. Now I know the danger that it has. That gives me all the reason to hurry up and learn both the watch's secrets and my quirk faster. Izuku said while clutching his fist in determination. Mina watched Izuku's determination and was feeling inspired by it. Then I'll help you, Mina said, catching Izuku's attention. Huh? I said, I'll help you. I'll help you. I'll tell you the abilities, weaknesses, and true capabilities, Mina said. Really? Izuku asked. Yup. It's the least I can do. But I'll do it on one condition, Mina said. And that it? Izuku asked. You teach me how to be more human, Mina said. What? Izuku asked, stunned. I want you to teach me how to act more human, Mina said. Why's that? Izuku asked. I never got to experience what it's like to be normal. Mina as Izuku looked at her in silence. My dad would only let me study the different things on aliens just in case I ever run into one, but the lessons caused me to. And it didn't help me much since people made fun of me for my skin and eyes, Mina said with a frown on her face. The only basic human experiences I know and learned were from my mom and from TV and the internet. Other than that, I'm clueless as to what humans normally do, Mina said. What about your old school? Didn't you get anything from there? Izuku asked as Mina scoffed. My old school? More like my hell. I was bullied there for my exotic features and other things. I even got this from one bully, Mina said as she pulls up an PE shirt and revealed her toned stomach. Izuku blushed at the sight of her abs as they were highlighted from her skin, but Izuku noticed a small darker shade of pink right above her waistline. His eyes went wide from it. He knew what it was. Is that? Izuku asked, but Mina nodded slowly. A scar. Some jerk from my old school burned me with their quirk since I looked prettier than his sister, Mina said while. She's like me. Different from what I experienced, but the same. She was bullied for being too different. Izuku thought as he subconsciously went to her and hugged her. Mina was shocked by this, but before she could say anything, Izuku spoke. I know your pain. I was quirkless for most of my life until the watch came into my life. Before then, people would look down on me, bully me, use me as a punching bag and make me do things against my will. I was empty inside for most of my life and I just let it happen to me since I couldn't do anything about it. But thanks to this watch, I have a chance to be a hero and it somehow unlocked my quirk for me. I know how you feel, and if you feel empty inside, I'm here to help and listen. Besides, I'll help you not be human. I'll help you be you, Izuku said as Mina was shocked by this. She honestly thought that Izuku won't help her, but to go the length of helping her accept herself, so something she never thought about. Mina started to tear up and returned the hug, and the two just sat there for a while. Izuku regained his senses and realized that he was hugging a girl. He broke the hug and started to panic. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hug you, no I mean that While Izuku was trying to explain, Mina looked at him and started to giggle before she started laughing. Izuku stopped his breakdown when he heard Mina's laughing. What's so funny? Izuku asked in confusion. Ha ha ha, sorry, it's just 1 minute, you're all serious and gentle, and the next, you're shy and nervous. You're not bipolar, are you? Mina asked as Izuku went red and puffed his cheeks. I'm not bipolar. I'm just shy, that's all, Izuku said, resembling a tomato. Mina took notice of Izuku's face and a line of dark pink lit from her cheeks. C- cute. Relax Midori, I'm just teasing you, Mina said as Izuku went pale. Oh no, first Momo and now Mina. Oh, take me now, please. Hey, I finally get that joke, Izuku thought before realizing something. Midori? Izuku asked, confused by the name. Oh right. Your name is kind of a mouthful of me, so I made it short and in your nickname. Do you like it? Mina asked. Izuku looked at her and thought about it. All his life, he's been knew by one name and it was horrible. He thought that that name would haunt him for life, but here, one girl he just met had a new nickname for him and it was cute. He looks at her and smiles. I like it, Izuku said as Mina stood up and smiled. I knew you would like it, come on. Let's go get fixed, Mina said as she grabbed Izuku's arm again and the two resumed their trip to the nurse's office. And Midori, Mina said, catching Izuku's attention. Yeah, thanks. For what? Izuku asked. For accepting me, Mina said. No problem. That's what friends are for, Izuku said while Mina looked at him. Yeah, friends, Mina said. The two continued their walk together, never noticing the Omnitrix glowing yellow. Time skip. 5 hours later. Time. 15:45 p.m. Izuku and Mina were walking out of UA as their day was finished. So tired, Izuku said, tiredly and walking slowly while his shoulders waving in the air as he walked. Oh, it's okay Midori. What's important is that you're better now, Mina said as she pats the boy's back as she walks with him. Yeah, I guess, Izuku said. He stopped when a hand grabbed his shoulder. The two turned and see Iida behind them. Oh, hey Iida, Izuku said. How's the broken hand doing? Iida asked with concern. Oh, it's okay now. Thanks to Recovery Girl's healing, Izuku said as he shows Iida his bandage-wrapped hand. Flashback. Recovery Girl's office. Ah. You could hear Izuku's screams as Recovery Girl healed him. Mina was with him in the office, waiting for her turn while sitting on a chair and had her shoes off so they can heal better, cringed when she saw how Recovery Girl kissed his hand. Thanks, that feels so much better, Izuku said while flexing his hand to feel no pain, but he started to feel something. Oh man, why'd I feel tired? Izuku asked as his eyes were half opened. Oh, well that's expected. My quirk acculturates your body's healing time tenfold. But, it taxes your stamina. Sorry, but it's not my fault. That's how the body works. Recovery Girl said as she takes some candy and hands it to Izuku while she goes to Mina. If you get too many injuries, big or small, then your stamina will get shot and you'll die instead of healing. Recovery Girl said, shocking Izuku and Mina with the news. Wait, so this could kill me? Izuku shouted in shock. Yup. Recovery Girl said before she puckered her lips and kissed Mina. Kyaaaaa, causing her to scream as well. End flashback. Izuku was looking at his bandaged hand as he walked. I can't keep on relying on others to help me. I need to hurry and control and make my powers work together, Izuku thought. I was a bit concerned about Mr. Aizawa's approach to the class. But I trust UA's judgment. It is the top hero program in the world. But lying, it's just immoral, Iida said. Yeah, the guy is scary. I hope he doesn't do anything like that to us during the year, Mina said as she was afraid of what power Aizawa had over them. I thought that he was scary. But that's not it, he's just taking school to a whole different level, Izuku thought with a smile. Hey, the three stop and turn to see Uraraka and Momo running to them. Are you guys going to the station too? Let us come with you guys, Uraraka shouted as the two girls reached them. Oh, you the Infinity Girl, Iida said, reminding everyone about Uraraka's insane score on the test earlier. Yup, I'm Ochako Uraraka. Uraraka introduced herself to them. And I'm Momo Yayoruza. Momo introduced herself to Iida and Mina. I see, you placed second in the test. Well done, Iida said, congratulating Momo on her position. Thank you for that. You placed fifth in it as well. Your quirk must be powerful, Momo said. Why thank you for the compliment, Iida said in a robot fashion. Yeah, you guys are strong. Now let's see. You're Tenya Iida, Uraraka said, while pointing to Iida. Mina Ishido, she said with Mina giving the peace sign. Momo Yayorozu, but we knew that since you said it, Uraraka said with Momo nodding. And you're Deku Midoriya, right? Uraraka asked in an innocent tone. Deku? Izuku shouted, isn't that your name? I heard that Bakugo call you that in the assessment test. Uraraka said, remembering the way Bakugo said it in a Bakugo tone. Actually, you're wrong. His real name is Izuku Midoriya. I don't think that name is used nicely since we saw and heard how Bakugo called Izuku during the pitch test, Momo said, correcting Uraraka's mistake. Oh, sorry. I didn't know, but you know, from where I'm from. Deku means. You can do it. I bet it'd make a great hero name, plus it's kind of cute. Uraraka said as Izuku blushed and turned away. Thank you very much, Izuku said, while hiding his face. Momo was watching a bit and loved the expression that Izuku was making, but something that Uraraka said made her feel something weird. Cute? Why do I feel sick when I see Izuku make that face to another girl? Momo thought. Excuse me. Momo turned on her. You said Midoriya's first name. I take it you two know each other, Iida said. Yes, we met a few months back at the beach. I saw him training there and I sort of fell, but he caught me and we started talking to each other. From there, we've become good friends, Momo said. I see, Iida said while nodding. The group of classmates, friends were leaving the campus and heading to the train station. I made through the first day. Even with a pass. I never thought that I'd be here. I am. And I'm making more friends. That's gotta be something. Right, All Might? Izuku thought. Unknown to him, Nezu, All Might, and Aizawa were watching him from Nezu's office as he was leaving. So you now know what to do to Shota? Nezu asked the undercover hero as he nodded. Yeah, keep a close eye on those two and make out what history they have with each other, Aizawa said as he was looking at pictures of Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya. Homeroom 1A. UA High School, Musutafu. Japan, the next day. Time. 8:30, today, we'll have 21 students in the hero course this year, Aizawa said as he stood in front of his class. A new student is coming. The class shouted together, stunned that they were getting a new classmate. Yes, we are, Aizawa said, tiredly. Mr. Aizawa. Iida yelled while raising his hand. Yes, Iida. You said we were getting a new classmate. Where do they come from and what's their quirk? Iida asked, causing Aizawa to sigh. All I know is that they were sent here through a recommendation from America and that they have a relative in this school, Aizawa said as the class started to among themselves. I wonder how strong they are, the red-haired asked. I wonder if they're friendly, Uraraka said. Please let them be a girl, a hot girl. Mineta prayed to whatever god was out there. Alright, quiet it down. You'll see who it is since she's outside right now, Aizawa said. Wait, she's here already, the class, except the obvious ones, shouted. Yes, Aizawa said while walking to the door. Okay, you can come in now, Aizawa said outside, and he went to the podium as the class heard footsteps. They got tense until the door opened and Aizawa walked in. Is anyone seeing this? Sato asked as they saw two Aizawas in the room. Sigh miss, may you please stop using your quirk? Aizawa said as the second Aizawa started to giggle like a girl with a snort. This confused the class as they watched this, but Izuku noticed something with the giggling. Wait, where have I heard that giggle and snort before? Izuku thought. Psyche, the Aizawa said as he starts to dissolve and change into a girl their age. She had long blonde hair in a ponytail with a red hairband. She had blue eyes. She was wearing the UA girl uniform, which was a formal white shirt, red tie, and blue-green pleated skirt. She had on white knee shoes instead of the black ones and red shoes. She had 2 red wristbands on her left wrist. She also had 2 distinct whisker marks on either side of her face. Hi, Lucy man from Bellwood in the States, Lucy said with a big, bright smile as Izuku's eyes went wide. Cousin Lucy, Izuku shouted while standing up. This startled the class from the outburst as Lucy turns to Izuku and smiles ear to ear. Izzy, Lucy shouted and ran to Izuku and gave him a big hug, which Izuku happily returned. The class was watching them, confused by Izuku's outburst and their new classmate's actions by hugging Izuku. Can someone please tell me what's going on? Kaminari asked. Izuku and Lucy stopped their hug. Oh right, I forgot to continue to introduce myself. Anyway, like I said, I'm Lucy man from America and I'm this green bunny's distant cousin-in-law, Lucy said while nudging Izuku's head. What? The class, except the obvious ones, shouted. Time skip. A few hours later, lunchtime. The classes were in the main cafeteria. Izuku, Iida, Uraraka, Momo, Mina, and the new student Lucy were sitting at a table as they ate their lunches. So, how are you two cousins? Uraraka asked the two. Well, we weren't always cousins, Izuku said, scratching his cheek. What do you mean, Midoriya? Iida asked. Well, when me and my family were visiting Japan on vacation, I met Izzy one day when we were younger and because best friends. We played together, we swam together and I even protected him from. Lucy stopped speaking when she saw Bakugo walking by them with his food and glared at Izuku, who flinched at it. "Man-san, is everything alright?" Momo asked, seeing Lucy's demeanor change and her being quiet. "Huh? Oh sorry. I was just distracted," Lucy said as she watches Bakugo angrily eat his food. "So, you were saying," Uraraka said, "as I said, I protected Izzy from bullies when we were younger," Lucy said, not once looking at them. "Really, Midoriya was bullied? Why is that?" Iida asked, surprised by the fact. "Let's just say, he was different from most kids," Lucy said. The table fell to an awkward silence after that. So, how do you become cousins?" Mina asked. She saw the look Lucy was giving Bakugo and she decided to ask Izuku on a later date about it. But she wasn't the only one. "Oh, well, about 5 years ago. One of my relatives married someone and apparently, Izuku is related to that person by blood. So when we found out about it, we were happy since we were now part of a family together, but," Lucy said, but stopped when she remembered the words Izuku told her when he was crying about the marriage. "But what man-san?" Momo asked, snapping Lucy from her memory. "Oh, sorry. I was thinking about something. Oh, and just call me Lucy. I don't like formalities," Lucy said. Momo remembered something Izuku said. "Thank you, but call me Izuku. I really don't like to be called in a formal way." "Wait, Lucy-san. Do you make Izuku not like being called in a formal way?" Momo asked. "Yup, it was all me. I told him that he can call people in formal ways all he likes, but he doesn't like to be called in a formal way if he wants to be friends with that person," Lucy said. "Oh," Momo said, understanding the logic there. They continued to eat lunch, but Lucy could feel someone staring at them and turned to see Bakugo glaring at Izuku with hate in his eyes. Lucy scowled as she remembered the conversation she had with N23 before arriving at Class 1A. Flashback. Nezu's office. "Hello, Agent Man." Nezu greeted Lucy, who walked into his office. "Hello N23. It's such an honor to be in the same room as you," Lucy said while bowing. "No bowing, Agent Man. You're a plumber, plumbers don't bow," Nezu said. "Oh sorry," Lucy said while rubbing her head. She sat down and looked at Nezu. "So, have you been debriefed?" Nezu asked. "Yes, sir." "And you are aware of your mission?" "Yes. And the danger that comes with it?" "Yes." Nezu looked at Lucy to see if she was really ready for this. "Good. Now you know your main mission. I do have one more task for you," Nezu said as he went to his desk. "And that is, sir?" Lucy asked, confused. Nezu took out a picture and placed it on the desk in front of Lucy. "Do you know this boy?" Nezu asked as Lucy looked at the picture and her eyes went wide. "Yes, I do. Please tell me he isn't here," Lucy said. "I take it you know him well," Nezu said. "Yes, I do," Lucy said. "And I take it that you know that he could be a problem to this mission if he gets himself involved. From what Aizawa told me, he went and attacked Izuku yesterday after Izuku sustained an injury and the Omnitrix's fail-safe protocols kicked in. I'm leading a secret investigation on those two and their records. If he does anything out of the line again, you know what to do," Nezu said as Lucy nodded. "Good, now I think it's time to meet your new classmates and reunite with young Izuku," Nezu said as Lucy got up. "Yes, sir," Lucy said as she left the room. Nezu looked at the picture that he showed Lucy and sighed. "I'll find out what I need. Even if I have to get it out of you," Nezu said as he throws the picture into the trash can. And the picture was of Katsuki Bakugo. End flashback. Time skip. 45 minutes later, after lunch. Izuku and his friends were back in their domain for their next lesson. "I am here." Izuku immediately recognized that voice, catchphrase and got excited. All Might in his hero form busted into the room like a coming through the door like a normal person. All Might shouted. The class was excited at the sight of the #1 hero. "I can't believe that it's All Might," Kamiyanari said with pure excitement. "So he is a teacher here. Oh man, this year is gonna be awesome." Kirishima with his fist bumping the air. "Hey, isn't that his Sliver Age costume? The frog-looking girl," Sue said as they watched All Might walking to the podium in a weird fashion. "Wow, that's so retro." a kid with a big tail said. Welcome to the most important class in your course in UA High. Hero 101. All Might said as the class looked at him. Here, you will learn the basics of being a pro and learn to fight in the name of good. Let's get into it, All Might said while posing. Today's lesson is combat training. All Might as he pulls out a card with battle on it and shows the class the card. Finally, the real shit, Bakugo said, finally getting what he wanted. Real combat, Izuku said nervously, but one of the things of being a pro is looking good. All Might shouted as the wall shot out and suitcases with numbers on them were on the walls. These were made from the quirk registration forms and requests you made before the school year started. The class was excited by the sight of the cases. All Might turned to Lucy. Young man, since you're new here and the fact that your forms were handed in a week ago, your suit will come in later in the semester. But for now, you can wear the gym uniform for the lesson, All Might said with Lucy nodding. Yes sir. Now then, get yourselves suited up and meet me at training ground Beta, All Might said. Yes sir. The class said as they went to the wall and collected their cases. Izuku smiled at his case because it had the number 10 on it. A.N. You see what I did there? Training ground Beta, time 2:35 p.m. Insert music. My Hero Academia Ost, Hero A. All Might was standing in the street in front of the exitway as sets of feet echoed out of the tunnel. They say that the clothes make the hero, young ladies and gentlemen. Behold, you are the proof, take this to heart, from now on. You're all heroes in training, All Might said as the class was walking out of the tunnel in their new hero outfits, except Lucy who was in her PE clothes and her hair tied to a ponytail. This is getting me all revved up, and let's get started you rookies, All Might said with a grin. End music. Flashback. 3 weeks ago, in Izuku's home, he was sitting in the living room with a bunch of papers and his notebook on the table. The clothing allowance. What am I going to do? I need to go to City Hall so I can get my clothing allowance form there. But there's two problems there. The forms in the watch have their own outfits, so I probably don't need to worry too much about my own design, and oh crap, how am I going to get the forms if I'm already registered as quirkless? Oh, Meitoshi-sensei knows how to do it, Izuku said as he gets his phone and calls All Might. The quirk registration forms. Oh, you can update those no problem, All Might said through the phone. Wait, it's that easy, Izuku said. Yeah, you know how everyone is examined and registered before they go to elementary school. Well, there are plenty of cases where people thought theirs were more than what they originally thought they were. You are allowed to update them once or twice when you understand them better. Normally, they won't let you change them too much, but since you had nothing, no powers at all, I guess it'll be fine to update them more. Since that you were quirkless, I suggest I'm home, Inko said as Izuku panicked and hung up the phone, Izuku realizing his mistake. Oh no, I hung up on All Might, Izuku said as his mom walked toward him. Hey, Mom. What's up? Izuku greeted his mom. Oh good, you haven't left yet. I have something of you, Inko said as she goes to her and took out a hoodie that was green with black strips on the sleeves and a 10 on the right side. Congratulations, I'm so proud that you got into UA, Inko said with a smile. Is that a costume? Izuku asked, surprised by the hoodie. Inko shook her hand. No, this was your father's hoodie, Inko said with Izuku's eyes going wide. This was Dad's hoodie. Yes, he loved this hoodie so much. He wore it all the time while we were dating and I saw him wearing it on the day we met. He said it brought him luck every time he wore time. He was going to give it to you one day as a present, Inko said as. Really? Izuku asked. Yes. Izuku, I'm going, to be honest. I've been feeling really terrible lately about something I said to you, Inko said with a sad expression on her face. What? Why? Izuku asked, turning to her. I think you must have felt that I gave up on you all those years ago. But look at you now. You stood strong and never gave up and you're now on the road to your dream, Inko said as Izuku smiles at her. I'm sorry Izuku, but from now on, I'll support you with everything I've got. Izuku took the hoodie from her and looked at it. End flashback. It's a gift from my parents. So of course, I'm gonna wear it. But I think I should add a little something to it, Izuku thought. He was running out of the tunnel. It isn't state of the art or flashy, but it means something to me. Izuku as he steps out of the tunnel, and his costume was a green striped black shirt with short sleeves and the hoodie over it, but it was unzipped, but the hoodie had a black 10 on the right side, black fingerless gloves, green combat pants with a red utility belt and his red sneakers and a respirator around his neck. It was metal and diamond shaped, with 8 holes to finish the look. I wanted to ask you guys about Izuku's hero outfit in the last chapter, but I forgot to do that. So I did it myself. Now I wanted Izuku to have his own look in the story and pay homage to Ben 10, so I went with the hoodie that Ben wears in Omniverse but changed and reversed the colors. I then went with Ben 10,000's look from the original series since it was of the more hero look in the series, and combine it into this style for an urban style like Jiru and Kaminari, and add a few things from My Hero Academia like the famous red sneakers and utility belt and the mask from his second suit. I hope you like it. This is it. This is my hero outfit, Izuku thought, pride in the look. Ochako, Mina, Momo, and Lucy saw the look Izuku was in and they admitted, he looked good. Oh, hey Izuku, Ochako said as she walks to Izuku. Uraraka, Izuku said before going red in the face from the sight of her hero outfit. Love your costume. Not too flashy, you know. It has this street urban style. I like it, Uraraka said. Is TT that your costume? Izuku said while looking away. Yeah, I guess I should have been more specific on what I wanted. Ochako said. Her costume consisted of a black full bodysuit with a pale pink design down the middle of her torso, 2 black circles on her chest, and a black rectangle below her waist, running between her legs. There were 2 more pink patches over her shoulders, both cut off by darker pink armbands that matched a thick choker around her neck. She had a circular wrist guard with a dark pink handle on the back of each one, wide knee-high boots with magenta soles, and a 2-piece belt around her waist, a circle embedded into the center where the pieces join up. She had a helmet with a tinted visor on her head, all of which were the same pale pink color. This bodysuit is skin thigh. Not really my style, Ochako said while rubbing the of her head. Izuku was trying not to think of indecent thoughts as he watched the costume and how it hugged Ochako's slender body. Well, I think that you look great in it, Izuku while looking away. Ochako felt something warm inside her as she blushed and played with her fingers. TTT thanks, Uraraka said, feeling flushed. I think you look great too. The two turn and see Mina walking to Gain looked away. Mina's costume consisted of a plain white mask over her eyes, a purple and turquoise skin-tight bodysuit with a camouflage pattern, ending just above her breasts. Over this, she wears a cropped, sleeveless tan-colored waistcoat with white fur along its collar, which she, like Izuku, was left unzipped. She was wearing custom-made plum violet and beige acid-proof boots with holes in the soles, which Izuku guessed, allows her to secrete acid from her feet to use to slide around. Izuku went nuclear when he saw that Mina's outfit didn't hide her cleavage. Mina saw the look on his face and smirked as she went closer to him. Midori, like what you see? Mina asked in a sweet tone while pushing her cleavage closer to Izuku's face, much to the poor boy's, not really, misery as he was looking everywhere except Mina. Izuku tried to speak but couldn't say one word, due to his current state. He, just teasing you Midori, Mina said with a grin on her face as Izuku sighed. At least the other girls aren't in something that'll cause me to blush, Izuku thought. But his luck wasn't going to let him off that easy. Izuku, is that your costume? Izuku turns and goes atomic red at the sight of Momo's outfit as she approaches them. Momo's outfit consisted of a high-collared, sleeveless crimson leotard with silver lines at her waist and around her arms, which was open to expose her skin from her neck to just below her navel. She was sporting calf-length crimson boots with heels, which dipped sharply down in the center, and 2 gold utility belts around her waist, another, thinner one around the top portion of her chest, below her shoulders. Momo, is that your costume? Izuku asked, feeling something wet falling from his nose. He saw blood coming out and covered it with both hands. Sorry about that. It's kind of embarrassing a little wearing this. There's a reason for it though, I need my skin to be exposed so I can use my quirk to its fullest, Momo said. Oh why yeah, I forgot about that. But why you do look cuter in it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. No, I mean is that you're cute and the outfit suits you and Izuku said, trying to find the right words for this. The words Izuku said made Momo smile and grow warm inside again. She blushed and couldn't help but walk closer to him. She leaned forward to his right eye and whispered in a seductive voice. I see you like it. If you want, I could show you more of my quirk to you and show more of my skin to explain it better to you. Momo whispers, causing Izuku to jump. Gah! SS seriously? Izuku shouted, causing everyone to look at him. Momo just giggled at the reaction. She loved to tease Izuku to an extent but knew how much the boy could take before he passed out. She turns to Uraraka and Mina, who heard the conversation. Uraraka had a blush on her face while Mina was smiling, but she could feel the jealousy from the gravity girl but nothing from Mina, but she saw some twitching from her left eye. Momo just smiles at her and starts to walk to the rest of the students but turns and winks to Izuku, who stiffens and steam comes off his head. Mineta, who was watching the latest costumes, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I love this school. Mineta said to no one, but Izuku heard it. All Might noticed Izuku's costume and liked it. At least you're not trying to copy my look that much, All Might thought before turning to the class. Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training, All Might said. One guy in a full suit of armor raised his hand. Sir, Izuku turned to him and realized who was in that. It's Iida, who's under there. He looks so cool, Izuku thought. This is the fake city from our entrance exam. So, does that mean we'll be doing urban combat training again? Iida asked. Not quite, I'm gonna move you 2 steps ahead, All Might said while holding 2 fingers. Most of the villain battles you see on the news happened outside. However, statically speaking, the most villainous foes fight indoors. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. True intelligent villains stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams for heroes and villains and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles, All Might said as Asui thought for something. Isn't this a little advanced? Asui asked. The best training you get is on the battlefield, All Might answered her. But remember, you can't just blast or punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actually people now, All Might said. Sir, will you be deciding who wins? Momo asked. How much can we hurt the other team? Until they die, right? Bakugo asked. Do we have to worry about the other team getting expelled like earlier? Uraraka asked. Are you going to split us up by chance or competitive skill? Iida asked. Is this cape good on me or what? Aoyama asked. Weird. I wasn't finished talking, All Might said as he takes out a script. Listen up, All Might shouted. A script? Izuku thought, seeing the piece of paper. The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try and foil their plans. To do that, the good guys must either capture the bad guys or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys can succeed by protecting their payload or capturing the heroes. All Might finished reading the script as Lucy looks at him. Sounds like old of the old movies Dad watches. Your time is limited and we'll choose teams by drawing lots, All Might said. Isn't there a better way? Iida asked as Izuku turns to him. Think about it. Heroes often team up with other heroes from other agencies on the spot. So that's the reason we're seeing that here, Izuku said with Iida nodding. Yes, I see. Life is a random series of events. Excuse my rudeness, Iida said while bowing down. No sweat. Let's draw teams, All Might said as the students took out the balls to see who were they teaming up. Team A. Midoriya and Uraraka. Team B. Shoji and Todoroki. Team C. Mineta and Yaoyorozu. Team D. Iida and Bakugo. Team E. Ishido and Aoyama. Team F. Sato and Koda. Team G. Kaminari and Jiru. Team H. Fumikage and Asui. Team I. Ojior and Hagakure. Team J. Shiro and Kirishima. Team K. Manin. Sir, I don't have a teammate, Lucy said as All Might looked at her. Oh right, sorry about that, young man. I forget to take into account of you. We'll just add you to another team and it'll make it 3-on-2. Come and take a ball. All Might said as Lucy went to the lots and went through the box. She took out a ball and it had A. That means you'll join young Midoriya and Uraraka's team for the lesson, All Might said as Lucy said. Alright. Looks like we're a team, Izzy. Please take care of me, Lucy said in a joking tone. Yeah, I know right? We're all a team. Uraraka said in excitation to be a part of a team with Izuku. Why yeah. Izuku said, trying to remain calm on the outside but on the inside. Oh my gosh, I have to make a good impression on Uraraka and show Lucy that I've changed. Izuku shouted in his mind. All Might was taking out two things from different boxes. I declare that the first two teams to fight are these guys. All Might said as he shows the balls with A and D on them. The two teams were shocked at what they were first, but Izuku was shaking as he realized that he was going to face Bakugo earlier than he thought. Team A will be the heroes while Team D will be the villains. Everyone else can head to the monitoring room to watch, All Might said. Yes, sir. The class said as they start to leave for the room. Izuku looks to the ground in concern for the fact his fight was in a few minutes. He looks to his left and notices Bakugo giving Izuku a hateful glare, causing him to shake even more. Izuku looks down to the ground and notices his hands were shaking, but he looks to the Omnitrix and then clutches his fists. He looks back at Bakugo and glares back, which caused Bakugo to get surprised by it at first before he gets angry. Alright. Bad guys, go into the building and get set up. You have 5 minutes to Pays will be let loose and the battle will start, All Might said. Yes sir. Iida, Uraraka, and Lucy said together as Iida and Bakugo go into the building. Young Iida, young Bakugo. The key to being successful in this challenge is to embody villainy. Think from the point of view of an evildoer. If things go too far, I'll step in, All Might said. Yes sir. Iida said. Bakugo wasn't listening to what All Might said as he was looking at Izuku as he was looking at his fist and to the watch. Bakugo clutched his teeth in utter anger at the sight before going into the building. If I have to break that stupid watch just so I can wipe that face off, then so be it. Maybe then he'll learn that I'm the next number one and he's dirt, Bakugo thought, heading to the room with Iida behind him. Inside the building, Iida and Bakugo were in a room with a large missile in it. Even though this is training, it pains me to be in line with criminal behavior, Iida said as he approaches the bomb. So this is the weapon we must protect, Iida said as he knocks on the weapon. Fake. Of course. Hey. Iida turns to Bakugo who is standing at the door. Do you really think that Deku has a quirk? Bakugo asked out of nowhere. Huh? You saw how he threw that ball plus his transformations. And that power behind it was powerful. But I think his power hurts his body if he goes to a certain level. Now that I think about it, why do you get angry when it comes to Midoriya? Do you two have history together? Iida asked as Bakugo shook. Just forget it. Guard the fucking bomb while I take care of Deku, round face, and blonde bitch, Bakugo said as he storms out of the room. Wait Bakugo. We're supposed to be a team. Iida yelled as Bakugo left the room. While walking, Bakugo began to think. Was he fucking with me all these years? Was he laughing behind me back? Was he taking low of me? Bakugo thought before a sinister look came to his face. I'm gonna roast the little fuck today, outside the building. Izuku, Lucy, and Ochako were looking at the building's floor plan to see where the bomb would most likely be in. Do you two think that they expect us to memorize this floor plan? It's so big. You know, All Might's just as cool in person as he is on TV. I'm glad he's not threatening us with some kind of punishment like Mr. Aizawa. We can rela. You're shaking like crazy. Ochako was talking about noticing Izuku's body was shaking like crazy while Lucy was rubbing the boy's back. Are you okay Izuku? Lucy asked in concern. Well. It's just that. We're up against Kachan. Plus, there's Iida too. We should be on our guard. We don't know what they'll pull, Izuku said while shaking. Oh right, Bakugo. He's the one who makes fun of you, Ochako said, realizing who they were really up against. Lucy frowned. She really didn't like to see her brother hurt and scared like this. Hey, Izzy? Lucy said, catching Izuku's attention. Yes, Lucy? Izuku said. Why don't you go and make a plan there while I talk to Uraraka for a bit? Lucy said. Oh, okay. Izuku said as he walks a bit far from them as he starts to plan out what to do but mutters. Okay, Lucy-san. What do you want to talk about? Ochako asked curiously. Remember when I said that Izuku was bullied in his childhood? Yeah, Ochako said, remembering that Lucy did say that. What I'm about to tell you, you keep it to yourself until Izuku is ready to tell people about it. Lucy said as Uraraka nodded. The two started talking. 4 minutes later, Izuku walked back to the girls. Okay, I think I have an idea, Izuku said. Lucy and Uraraka were done talking and Ochako had an angry expression on her face. What's the plan? Lucy asked. I know Kachan, he'll most like come after me. He won't go after you two and he'll focus on me. He's strong and proud of it, that's for sure. He's got the making of a hero, but that's why I want to beat him. I refuse to lose today, Izuku said with determination on his face. Uraraka and Lucy looked at him in awe before smiling. So this is a fated battle between rivals? Ochako asked. What? No, it isn't, Izuku stuttered out. Oh, Izzy. You knew this fight was coming for a long time. I know you can do this, Lucy said. Why yeah. I know. But I'm ready, Izuku said. Alright. They heard All Might speak through the sound system. Let's begin the indoor combat training, Team A. Team D, your time starts now, All Might shouted. Monitor room. The students and All Might were in a room with a big screen with several monitors on it with different angles. Pay attention, kids. Think about what you would do if you were in this situation, All Might said. Yes sir, the students said as they watched the monitor. Young Midoriya. In this class, you're just another one of my students and not my successor. I wish you luck. All Might thought as he grabs his mic and talked into it in an earpiece. Unknown to him or the rest, Nezu, Aizawa, and a few others in a different location were watching this fight. I see that young Izuku is up first in the exercise, Nezu said while sipping on some tea. Yes, I want to see how he'll handle this, Aizawa said while watching the screen. Izuku, Uraraka, and Lucy jumped through an open window to gain entrance to the building. And we're in, Uraraka said as they look around before walking into the building's halls. Careful you two, there's a lot of blind spots, Izuku said. They walked around to see if there were anything in the halls but saw nothing. They continued to walk as Izuku looked at the halls and the space between them. I see. The size of the halls was designed so moving would be difficult. That means I can't into something big, so 4 arms is out. There are too many turns, so XLR8 is out as well, and I didn't think going Heat Blast is a good idea, so he's out. I don't see anything that is tech, so Upgrade is out. That leaves me just a few left, but I don't think that most of the are much good in a fight except for finding the bomb. Plus, there are the new guys I haven't looked at yet. I think you'll be fine in this. And I have no basic control over OFA yet on my body, and I don't know how to factor it in the aliens yet. I'll have to rely on the Omnitrix, Uraraka's zero gravity, and Lucis quirk of this one, Izuku thought as they walk. I can use my head. I've taken a lot of notes on indoor battles in the past. I can do this, Izuku thought before he noticed something. Bakugo jumped from a corner and aimed an explosion at them. Izuku tackled Ochako and Lucy to the ground, dodging Bakugo's attack as it hit the wall next to them. Lucy, Uraraka. You two okay? Izuku asked as the two got up. Yeah, I am, thanks, Ochako said as the two girls noticed that Izuku had a burn mark on his cheek while his respirator was cracked and hanging on his neck. Izzy, are you okay? Lucy asked, concerned over her brother. I'm fine. It's just my mask, Izuku said, not looking at them as a cracking noise was made. They turned and saw Bakugo back to his feet while glaring at Izuku. What's the matter, Deku? Too afraid to stand up and fight me? Bakugo said while adding venom to his nickname of Izuku. I knew it. You'd come for me first, and I figure that you pull a surprise attack, Izuku said as he gets back to his feet. Back at the monitor room, he almost got the jump on him. Mineta said they saw the attack Bakugo just did. Sneak attack Bakugo. What kind of man pulls cheap crap like that? Kirishima said. It's a good strategy. He's playing the part, acting like a true villain, All Might said. But it didn't work. Midori dodged it, Mina said, happy that Izuku didn't get hurt from the attack. Look, there he goes, Kaminari said as they watched Bakugo rush the heroes. Back to Izuku and others, I won't hurt ya so bad that they'll have to stop the fight. Just close, Bakugo shouted, aiming for another explosion. Izuku, however, intercepted by grabbing Bakugo's arm, which caught Bakugo off. Izuku twisted the arm and moved his body as he hails Bakugo over his shoulder and flips him to the ground. Insert music. My Hero Academia Ost. Jet Set Run. Whoa. Look at T said as Bakugo hit and bounced off the ground with saliva and blood coming out of his mouth. In the monitor room, Nezu's office, and the other location, the viewers were surprised by Izuku's move and countermeasure. Kachan, you always start off with a big right hook in a fight. I know because I've watched you for years. Izuku yelled as Bakugo slowly gets up and turns to Izuku. I've analyzed every amazing hero out there. Even you. That notebook you blew up back in middle school, you were in it. They were in it so I can learn everything I could from them. Izuku said as Bakugo glared at him and was starting to get angry. The name, Deku, has changed. You were wrong. Deku doesn't mean useless. It means you can do it. With the name changed, I did as well. I'm not your punching bag anymore. I am Deku, a hero. Izuku yelled out loud. Uraraka was in shock that Izuku took that name. She remembered that she was the one who used the name. Flashback, but you know, from where I'm from, Deku means you can do it. I bet it'd make a great hero name, plus it's kind of cute. End flashback. End music. Bakugo finally got back to his feet and turns to Izuku. Deku. Bakugo hissed out while tiny explosions popped off his hands as he remembers a memory of Izuku standing up to him when he was beating up another kid when they were younger. You shaking in your shoes, you're pathetic. No matter how many times I beat you to the ground, you always get back up. That's why I hate you. If you want a fight, then there's going to be one with you on the ground. If I have to break the fucking watch of yours just to kick your ass, then I'll do it, Bakugo shouted in rage. Then come and see if you can, Izuku shouted right back. He turns to the two girls. Run you two, Izuku yelled to them as he activates the Omnitrix. I don't think so, Bakugo yelled. He used his explosions to shoot himself at Izuku as the boys scrolled through the faces. The girls ran to find the bomb and left Izuku to his fight as he finds who he wants and slams down onto the watch and a green flash consumes the hall. Bakugo aims his right arm at where Izuku was and blasts the area. Ballsy move. Think you can take me on alone? Bakugo yelled as the flash stops and a hard hand punches him in the stomach. The force of the hit caused Bakugo to fly and hit a wall behind him. I know I can now. A deep voice said as the smoke from Bakugo's attack cleared. Bakugo looked up and saw a tall, silicon-based form. His body was composed of pale green crystals. He had a sharp head. His clothing was an all-black suit with one large green stripe down the middle up to his belt and wearing black pants. He had a green belt with white stripes where he had the Omnitrix symbol on. He wore black shoes with green on the bottom, and had two large crystal shards on his back. Kachan. Meet the guy who can tank your attacks like it's nothing. Say hello to Diamond Head. Izuku or now Diamond Head said as he got into a stance. Let's go, to be continued.